of course, with higher elevations, Tombstone at 89. Sierra Vista at 90, Nogales at 92. We had some breezes today, a hot breeze, but we had some with a peak wind gust in Tucson of 24. High thin cirrus clouds moving close to Las Vegas now with our next weather maker. Sort of that area of high pressure, the next weather it's gonna make is it will start to decrease in intensity and slip to the south before it comes right back. You'll see on the 7-day, we'll flirt with triple digits again after dipping into the upper 90s. We do have some significant changes on the way being hinted at by the computer models that are really 10 to 15 days away from now. Overnight lows in the 60s tonight, beautiful for you in the deserts, in the 60s also in Tombstone and Bisbee, with daytime highs tomorrow in Oracle jumping up to 88 degrees. We'll be 98 tomorrow, a little cooler than our 102. And there is that 10-day Storm Tracker 4 forecast running all the way through Friday of next week with alert days as a result of that heat over 95 degrees. And then the change happens as we approach the 10-day forecast, the end of it there, Eric.
Well, a little cooler tomorrow for Cologuard and the street fair. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. Visitors to a historical park in Lowell, Massachusetts will no longer have the opportunity to see films documenting how the city was built, highlighting the workers and immigrants who helped to shape that history. The decision sparking concern from residents and local leaders who want those films restored for public viewing. Amelia Fabiano tonight with the details.
By 1837, over 6,000 women worked in the mills.
For years, visitors to the Lowell National Historical Park could watch films like this one.
The factories were noisy and unhealthy.
Earlier this year, the National Park Service removed several from public viewing, sparking concern from locals and elected leaders.
Warts and all, we need to be able to tell the story of Lowell.
Robert Foran is a Lowell resident and a history professor at UMass Lowell. He explains how women and immigrants largely built this city.
Taking those documentaries that tell that women history story, women worker story, and immigrant story are really taking the guts out of actually how the city came to be.
In this letter, State Representative Tara Hong, who represents Lowell, is calling on his colleagues in D.C. to advocate to restore the films. Hong himself is also an immigrant.
It's a story that really resonates to many of us here in the city of Lowell.
The NPS says staff at parks across the nation were asked to identify materials that might warrant clarification. They said just because an item was elevated doesn't mean it violates the order or will be changed. Senator Ed Markey is pushing back, even posting one of the films to his YouTube page.
If we don't learn from history, we are bound to repeat it. And that's why I put the video up.
As Lowell just celebrated its 200th birthday on March 1st, Foran says preserving the city's full, true story matters more than ever.
You start from a premise that it's okay to discount certain people's stories. Where do you draw the line?
Straight ahead in sports. John has a look at how the Wildcats are preparing for a battle tomorrow with the Aggies of Utah State as U of A is one win away from the Sweet 16. The madness rolls on when we come back.
All right, do we have sound?
Antioxidant blend of 6 antioxidants.
Do we have sound?
Goji berry, pomegranate, and grapeseed extract. This clinically tested blend is in every single product in the entire line.
All right, we are sounded up. I'm learning as we're going, guys. This is live action learning, so everything's an experiment. Appreciate your guys' patience. This isn't some high budget media. You know, they got 20, 30 people working on a it's just me trying to make it work. Appreciate the patience because I know it's frustrating. It's not like this well-polished, well-oiled machine, but I'm learning different ways to set up the stream, where to put the camera. So as you can see, we were on the other stream. I was on my phone. Now I switched it to StreamYard, but I had to send a link anyway. So that's why I'm just kind of going with it, and you guys are the guinea pigs. So thanks for rolling with it. And, I hope this leads to somebody else starting their channel, seeing how easy it is. I want to help other people build their channel. Thank you for the super and a new member in Vino Veritas. Welcome in. Thank you. And also 33. I appreciate that. You got this. I love that saying. That's a great saying. And I appreciate the confidence. But it is definitely, I'm trying to make it so it's not, too, the buffering, that's annoying. And so that's we got the Starlink going, but now I'm going to get the installation so it sits on the roof. See, when I'm in the office, I can spotlight your comments here. I can read the comments a lot better. Positivity says Canadian bacon. Luck, doing great. Thank you. I want to have a lean. That might be a song. You might need to write a song about that, Larry. Rosemary, excellent. 857. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Welcome back, Karen. Thank you, Loretta. The moderators are fabulous. I totally agree. Marie, working great. Awesome. Hang in there. We are. Thank you, John. Goldie, Shannon. Everybody's saying awesome. Thank you, guys. I'm not a guinea pig, says Julie. I'm going to turn this back on.
The championship is brought to you by West Coast Trial Lawyers.
The Arizona Wildcats prepping today for tomorrow's round of 32 game against ninth-seeded Utah State. And News 4 Tucson's John Macaluso is in San Diego traveling with the Cats at Viejas Arena with a preview as a spot on the Sweet 16 awaits.
It's an off game day here in Viejas Arena today, but that doesn't mean teams are just sitting around waiting for tomorrow. Arizona had a huge game against LIU yesterday, and they're looking to keep that momentum up as they plan for Utah State tomorrow.
The number one thing is, taking care of the basketball, being able to rebound the basketball. That'll allow you to do to push the pace. But I don't think we're gonna look to push the pace any more than we normally would.
The Wildcats' size and ability to protect and attack in the paint was huge in their win against LIU. They scored 50 of their 92 points in the paint, out-rebounding the Sharks 52-31. Ivan Karchenkov led the team with 10 of those rebounds.
I didn't do anything more different than in any other games. I just seemed to be a little bit more lucky in this game, that the rebounds, fell into my direction. But to keep it going, just go to the offensive rebounds, especially also defensive rebounds every time the ball goes up. But don't forget the basics of cutting out your guy. The most important thing is that the team get the rebound and not any individual.
Karchenkov was one of 3 freshmen who balled out in the opening round. Braden Burries also showed up for the moment, hitting 4 of 5 attempted threes, scoring a game-high 18 points. Freshman Koa Pete also showed out, notching 15 points.
And it's huge, everybody's watching the games in March Madness, so it's definitely special for sure. But I've played in a lot of big games, so I feel like I'm pretty seized for the moment, and just ready to play in those big games, and just playing my hardest and trusting my teammates.
As for Utah State, they had a gritty come-from-behind win against Villanova yesterday.
They're a team that's kind of breaking the mold, and they're doing a great job with their off-ball actions and in multiple screening actions, and then they do a really good job running that. But they also have players that are good, and then opportunistic in the ball screen opportunities they have. So, yeah, definitely a unique system, and it's going to present a lot of challenges.
They are the 9 seed in the West and have had a good season in the Mountain West. They're 29-6 and won the regular and tournament championships in their conference. Overall, Utah State has a winning record against Arizona, having won 3 times and lost only once. But this is a very different Arizona team from any Utah State has seen in the past.
Right now, the Arizona Wildcats are heavy favorites against the Aggies tomorrow. I will be at that game. It starts at 4:50 tomorrow. We'll have reactions in our newscasts after that. Reporting here in San Diego at Viejas Arena, John Macaluso, News 4 Tucson. All right, John, thanks. More to come tonight at 10 and, of course, on game day tomorrow. Let's move to golf. Round 2 of the Cologuard Classic in the books at La Paloma. Tee times moved up a little bit today because of the heat, and it should shape up to be a final round shootout tomorrow. A pair of golfers lead at 11 under. 9 others are within 3 shots of the lead. So let's check out that leaderboard. Tungchai Jaidi from Thailand has a share of the lead with major champion Padraig Harrington right there. They are both at 11 under par. Bernhard Langer, no surprise. He finds himself on another Champions Tour leaderboard on the weekend. He's off. He's one off the lead, I should say, along with Tommy Gainey. The final round at La Paloma Country Club is set for tomorrow, and we will be right back.
The Southern Arizona Home Show, March 27th through
Okay. See, I'm learning. I got 2 mute buttons, and I have a mute button on my, so I didn't even realize that I hit the mute button. I was saying, do you think that Annie's going to be in this interview, or is it going to just be, I didn't see Annie being mentioned, but sound is back. I think it's just going to be Annie's or Savannah, Nancy's friends. But you would think maybe it would be interesting if Annie did just make a statement saying, you know, our heart's broken, but thank you, community. We're not giving up hope. Oh, a family message. Granny B, a family message. It should be coming on any minute. I have it. It starts right now in 1 minute, guys. So we should be on. I'll go full screen. It'll be like this when the show's on. I might go full screen like this.
On Tucson's greatest challenges and working to find answers. It's our promise to you. Searching for solutions only on News 4 Tucson.
We are committed to bringing you the news that matters most.
And that means covering the big local stories that impact you and your family.
And tracking important weather changes affecting your plans.
We are News 4 Tucson.
Hey. This next news is straight out of Tucson, happening in April. Ice Cube is bringing his live show to the Old Pueblo. Ice Cube is set to perform at Casino del Sol on April 17th, and we caught up with the hip-hop icon about what fans can expect for his upcoming concert.
Shout out Ice Cube.
That's what they want. You know, they want the hits. They want, you know, some of the new songs, but you know, they want, you know, we be clubbing and you know how we do it, and Good Day and Check Yourself, and you know, just the songs that you know, they kind of been the soundtrack of our lives, so to speak, when it comes to West Coast music. So, you know, I'm gonna bring the hits, a few new joints, you know, a few surprises, but for the most part, you know, them hits that you know and love.
New analysis shows increasing levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere could be changing human blood chemistry. Two Australian experts use the U.S.
Okay, guys, sorry, I got to switch
and
something up.
Nutrition Examination Survey for that analysis. It's a collection of data from about 7,000 Americans between 1999 and 2020. They say their analysis suggests bicarbonate in human blood could reach unhealthy levels in the next 50 years, but they say more research is needed. Chuck.
Hi there. Yeah, we've still got our alert day.
Mother of today's show, co-host Savannah Guthrie, was taken from her home in the middle of the night. The case continues to shake our community and grip the nation.
Tonight, there are still no answers, no arrests, no motive, and no sign of Nancy.
We're live.
Close to the case tell us investigators aren't any closer to solving it. Nancy's daughter, Savannah, again on behalf of the family, reiterating an urgent plea for your help.
To bring her home.
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward, tell what you know, and help us bring our beloved mom home. Please be the light in the dark.
And a light in the dark is just what this case needs. Let's start by taking you back to the beginning. Nancy was last seen the night of January 31st at her home near Skyline in Campbell. She was dropped off there by her son-in-law at 9:48 p.m. after having dinner with family. By midday Sunday, Nancy didn't show up to watch church service at a friend's home. Her friend called Nancy's oldest daughter, who called 911. What began as a missing persons search quickly turned into one of the most complex investigations our country has seen in years.
The Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos has given many interviews on the case, but this interview is a bit different. He takes us back to what he remembers about that day when she went missing, shares what's happened since, and has a message for the person or people who took her. It started with a call. Take me back to the night of Sunday, January 31st. When did you get the call that Nancy was missing?
My team had notified me of a missing person. Search and rescue was searching the area.
And we begin tonight with breaking news. The Pima County Sheriff's Department is looking for a missing woman tonight. Good evening.
And there were some concerns with what they were seeing at the scene.
And Skyline is where we are.
Investigators confirmed the missing woman was Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, a name recognized across the country and deeply rooted in the Tucson community.
I don't even know that I knew it was the Guthrie family until probably closer to 6, 7 o'clock that evening.
Miss Guthrie is the mother of Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie.
Within hours, the investigation was expanding with the eyes of the nation watching.
FBI was plugged in that Sunday. Monday morning, we got a quick briefing. They had processed the scene, and we knew we needed some help.
After the public appeal,
We do, in fact, have a crime scene, that we do, in fact, have a crime.
Area right outside of Nancy Guthrie's house.
came press conferences, drawing hundreds of reporters.
We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local media.
A tip hotline was created.
I thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom.
Billboards went up in several states, but the decision to clear the crime scene, followed by renewed searches in the weeks after, has drawn criticism.
A major focus all of a sudden on the house again.
Though Sheriff Chris Nanos says he stands by the work of his investigators.
Sheriff, looking back at this past month in the investigation, did it go the way you wanted it to go?
Yes, absolutely. Here's the thing. I think somebody said, well, Sheriff, did you regret this? Look, I have no regrets about my team and their efforts. I don't regret we let the crime scene go too soon or any of that. That's just silly.
New FBI recovery.
Then 10 days later, the biggest break in the case, doorbell video released showing a suspect
with what appears to be a gun at Nancy Guthrie's home the night of her disappearance.
Today, it remains one of the key pieces of evidence investigators are still leaning on. But it's not the only evidence detectives are analyzing.
Cell phone data, pings, cameras. I mean, how much are you guys leaning into that information, that evidence?
You know, it could be a cell tower dump, could be analyzing the cell phone.
So there is still digital evidence that you guys are waiting on to research.
Well, we're analyzing all the time, yes.
The sheriff says investigators have gathered a lot of information. They're just not able to share much of it publicly right now.
If you could talk directly to the person who took Nancy, what is your message?
Give her up. Let her go. Just let her go. Just take her to a clinic, a hospital. Drop her off. Just let her go.
And you've seen these photos before. This is the person that Sheriff Nanos is referring to. The FBI released these stills obtained from Nancy's Ring camera of a masked suspect at her front door. They believe this individual is a man between 5'9" and 5'10". You can see he's wearing gloves and a ski mask, carrying a black Ozark Trail hiker pack, and has what appears to be a gun on his waistband. Take another good look at these shots. If you have any information, reach out immediately to 1-800-CALL-FBI.
For weeks now, you've heard about the evidence, the tips, and the rewards, all focused on finding Nancy. But we don't think you've heard enough about who Nancy Guthrie is. News 4 Tucson's Andrew Capasso sat down with some of the people who worked with Nancy and want you to know the impact she's had in our community.
A big part of Nancy Guthrie's life in Southern Arizona is anchored right here at the University of Arizona. From literally helping save thousands of lives over the decades to helping students in the communication industry.
I always think about Nancy as this quiet leader who was so effective without ever working at it. That's just the way she is.
Former Professor Jacqueline Sharkey worked with Nancy for decades.
She always has had superb communication skills, and she used those to help lead a couple of very important public health and education initiatives that we worked on together.
One project the two worked on, saving the Poison Information Center at the U of A, the place on the chopping block due to budget cuts. Sharkey says Guthrie got right to work.
Gathered more than 20,000 signatures that were delivered to the governor, and the Poison Center was saved.
She says while the work was not easy.
This is in the pre-internet days. So we're talking about brochures and fact sheets and petitions that a small group of people took all over the state.
The impact of that work continues today.
Thousands of Arizonans have benefited from the Poison Center in the 30 years since Nancy had a major role in leading it.
That impact is something Dave Coulier says he's also experienced. He worked with Nancy on the School of Journalism's Advisory Council.
Was a huge champion of journalism and the University of Arizona. She was looking out for everybody, all the graduates of the program, and frankly, of the whole university.
He says Guthrie put passion into every project she touched.
There are a lot of people who wanted to get involved for resume builders or certain ego trips and that sort of thing, but not Nancy. She had a quiet power. I mean, she wasn't the loud, talkative person in the room. She was the thoughtful person who provided input when it was needed.
Now, as the tribute to Guthrie grows outside her home, Sharkey says she is not surprised.
It's all a sign of how much Nancy means to us and the enormous impact she had on the community and on our lives.
An impact she says everyone from her Catalina Foothills neighborhood to the U of A and beyond can all learn from.
She's a role model for how to live a life filled with meaning.
And one other thing Sharkey told me, for Nancy, she says it has never been about the credit, but always about the people. Sharkey says that selflessness is precisely why Nancy's impact is felt so deeply across Tucson today. Reporting at the University of Arizona, I'm Andrew Capasso, News 4 Tucson.
And after hearing that story, it is easy to understand why Nancy's sudden disappearance sent shockwaves through our community.
3 days after she went missing, Nancy's daughter, Savannah, turned to social media asking everyone to pray. So that's just what Tucson did.
Most merciful God, we pray for our sister Nancy.
We needed a place to come together. And so a vigil popped into my head, and I know both Nancy and Savannah are very faithful, and I just feel like even if people don't pray, I feel like people want to do something. And if they can come together and share hugs and share stories, then that might make it a little easier.
Sally Shamrell helped organize the vigil. She says she met Nancy through her daughter, Savannah Guthrie, when the two were both young journalists at KVOA 30 years ago.
Welcome all of you who have come from the wider community for this vigil, for this time of prayer for Nancy.
Lupita Murillo is another former colleague who wanted to do something to send a message to the family that they weren't alone, and coming together was the way to do it.
Holding a vigil will make us feel like we're doing something positive. We're rallying around the family. We're asking God to please bring Nancy home.
Earlier in the week, Savannah had asked her social media followers to please pray.
We believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers.
And that's exactly what hundreds did at St. Philip's Church that night. They came from all over, many not knowing what to say, but others speaking out, praying for Nancy's return.
God is everything. I prayed for Nancy last night, and I assured her she's got this, she can do it, and we're behind her.
The church's pews filled with people holding candles, there to support the family and to pray for Nancy's return. Some who had never met her, and others who had known the 84-year-old for decades.
It's nice to show that Tucsonans are going to come out and support someone that the community loves.
And those two words, please pray, the plea sent out from Savannah Guthrie, certainly answered that night. Now, though, as the weeks have gone by, the faith shared that night and since remains as strong as ever. As Tucson continued their prayers, investigators continued their work to find Nancy. Sources say tips and cell phone pings led to raids conducted in both Rio Rico and Tucson, but they didn't give them the break they were hoping for. The first one, the night of February 10th, a man was detained in Rio Rico and questioned by investigators. Then on February 13th, police detained and questioned 3 people following a law enforcement operation near First Avenue and Orange Grove in the Shadow Hills neighborhood. No arrests were made in either operation. Evidence analysis in the Guthrie case has also proven to be futile so far. On February 11th, the first black glove was found in a field about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. On the 17th, the DNA was entered into a national database, CODIS, but came back with no matches. Then on March 4th, the DNA was traced to a restaurant worker who was not connected to the case. While that didn't bring any answers, detectives are still hoping surveillance video will. They're concentrating on this zone you see right here, bound by Campbell Avenue, Ina Road, La Cholla Boulevard, and River Road. If you live in that area and have video that shows anything out of the ordinary, you can find a link to share it with investigators on our website at kvoa.com/Nancy Guthrie. And as investigators continue to work the case, outside Nancy's home, a shrine in her honor continued to grow. It started with a simple sign, "Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you." And over the next few days, the messages of hope and prayer continue to grow, along with candles and flowers. Among the chaos in front of the home and up and down the neighborhood street, the signs and other items, a constant reminder of the reason for it all.
We're praying to God that she is going to be returned to her family and she is safe and she's well. That is God's wishes, to have her return to her family back to Tucson.
Neighbors enduring the interruption in their daily lives in their once quiet Foothills neighborhood. Many stopping by now to show their support.
I just came to bring some flowers in support of Nancy and the Guthrie family, to show that we're coming together as a community.
But others coming from beyond Tucson to bring their message of hope for Nancy's return.
I live in Arizona, Mesa, and I came down to pay my respects. I'm still praying for Nancy's safe return.
All of those heartfelt messages heard and felt deeply by the Guthrie family. Savannah and her sister Annie, along with her husband Tommaso Cioni, returning to the neighborhood on March 2nd to meet with neighbors, to thank them for their continued love and support throughout the search for Nancy. The three stopping by what has become a street-side shrine, representing the many praying for Nancy's return. Savannah and her sister carrying yellow flowers, overcome with emotion as they looked at the hundreds of messages and tributes left behind to honor their mom. That neighborhood display remains a reminder of the never-ending support the Tucson community and people around the world have for Nancy Guthrie. And what investigators and the Guthrie family believe is that your tips are critical to finding Nancy. Tens of thousands of tips have already poured in from across the country, but we're still looking for that one clue that will break this case. The reward for Nancy Guthrie's return now tops $1 million. Much of that came from her family, but Michael Hoopy, a lawyer from Wisconsin, added $100,000 of his own money. The FBI says they alone have received more than 25,000 tips, and at last report, 88 Crime reports receiving nearly 2,600 tips. Both are looking for more help to solve this case, and here are those tip lines again.
And at the heart of Nancy's disappearance is her family and her close friends. The heartbreak and desperation they are living through right now is felt in every message and video they posted to social media. They expected the national media to swarm Tucson once word got out about Nancy's case, but what came with it was a destructive group of profiteers, and the collateral damage has been
Get ready for this. They're gonna trash us.
For 6 weeks, Nancy's neighbors witnessed firsthand the media taking over their neighborhood.
At members of the media, hundreds of people. I tell you, it keeps growing out here.
Journalists reporting on the daily updates of the case, but soon came a different group of people causing chaos in our town. From pizza deliveries to a crime scene to people showing up for photo shoots outside of Nancy's home. People even asking to sit at the same table the Guthrie family sat at when they were together at a restaurant last fall. Local leaders say these scenarios didn't just cross the line. It may have made things worse.
I wish that there were, we stopped having these sort of people that have a following in media platforms acting as if they are investigators.
Everybody tag her.
It is
That's
hurting the
ridiculous.
investigation.
Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva says in at least one case, a name shared during a live stream led to threats.
He was threatened, his family was threatened because they heard by a reliable source.
Then came the false accusations directed at members of the Guthrie family and friends, blatantly accusing some of them of being involved in Nancy's disappearance in the midst of their most intense time of grief.
People that
thought this is about Nancy Guthrie
taking sort of a shameless, shot across the bow of decency for this community, for those families.
These kinds of erroneous reports, comments, and posts have damaged reputations and are ruining the lives of innocent people. One of them, local band member and family friend of the Guthries, Dominic Evans, told the New York Times his life has been turned upside down after being linked to the case.
The typical consequence for a journalist that has defamed someone
These
is
people
the
are fake news.
station or newspaper gets sued. If they lose, an insurance company for that journalist is going to have to pay a judgment. You can't successfully sue YouTube itself or Facebook itself.
These people are
there's federal
ridiculous.
law that protects that platform.
With both platforms and those creating content on them hard to hold accountable, the damage their content may cause can be immediate and lasting.
Horrifically
damage
to people that are falsely accused, for example. Why? Well, in the modern age, you now have a scarlet digital letter, right? There may be vigilante justice, people giving out your home address, your phone number, your loss of privacy.
And unfortunately, these reckless reports continue to this day. They have devastated the Guthrie family and their friends, adding to their pain.
Even in the midst of all of this, there have been moments of light, though. One of them, a call to our newsroom from a woman compelled to help. News 4 Tucson's Robbie Reynolds joins us now with that story.
It all started with one yellow ribbon, and then dozens more, handmade and sent to Tucson, the woman who made them, calling them ribbons of hope. And they're already being worn by employees here at El Charro, where Nancy Guthrie had lunch with her daughters just 5 months ago. Yellow ribbons, a symbol of hope.
I was saying we just hope that it brings awareness to the public, to just as media slows down, to remember to keep a watchful eye and ear
Purple.
out, and just to remember that she's still missing.
Thank you so
For Melanie,
much.
it's a labor of love. She and her friend Regina started making ribbons in 2003 when Lacey Peterson, a pregnant California mom, went
Nothing
missing.
about
They
Nancy.
made more when Natalie Holloway disappeared, and for others, until it became too much for two people.
What about finding
Through
Nancy?
every ribbon I make for answers.
Compelled by Nancy's story, Melanie started making ribbons again, and she sent the first batch to us here at the station. Word of the ribbons coming to Tucson touched Ray Flores, the president of Flores Concepts, and C. Charro. We gave his restaurant family the first shipment. This is the first time Flores has spoken publicly since Nancy's disappearance.
When we realized it wasn't just a simple lost person issue, the severity of it really kind of hit home because she had just been here a couple months before with Savannah filming an episode for the Today Show.
While he didn't know Nancy personally, Flores says he saw the closeness between her and her girls in his restaurant the day of the shoot.
You could tell they were a very loving family, and whenever you have that kind of pain hit, it does. It affects you because you can feel it in your own community, in your own heart.
For his employees, Ray says wearing Melanie's ribbons offer hope and remind us that Nancy is still out there, along with others that are missing. He believes as a community, we can all help by remaining vigilant, and he wants to emphasize that for both English and Spanish speakers.
If you see something, say something. Si ves algo, diga algo.
Omar works at El Charro and was there when the Guthries visited in October. He and other El Charro workers support the ribbon campaign.
We're still supporting them and we're still thinking about them every single day.
We have a lot of people coming through here, so the more awareness we can create, the better.
And that awareness is already starting to spread among El Charro's customers.
It's a great program to have that, to stay united, to create something positive of something that's actually very sad.
A small ribbon that has the capacity to make a big difference.
If we can communicate a message of hope, then that's the only and best tool for all of us to be part of.
Employees at all the C. Charro restaurants will soon be wearing these yellow ribbons of hope. As more on the way, Melanie has already made a second batch and they will be distributed throughout our community. Reporting from El Charro downtown, Robbie Reynolds, News 4 Tucson.
And from yellow ribbons,
What do you think so far?
Bonding between neighbors.
More than 6 weeks after Nancy
No, I don't
disappeared,
take it
her
personal.
Catalina Foothills neighbors say they've been leaning on each other for support. News 4 Tucson's Andrew Capasso joins us from there now with that story.
The most striking difference here outside Nancy Guthrie's home is the silence. Just weeks ago, this street would be lined with headlights and taillights. But now, while most of those news cameras are gone, the people who live in this neighborhood say it is forever changed.
This is a very safe, bucolic, beautiful place.
For 6 years, Jeff Lamy has called this Catalina Foothills neighborhood home.
Nice guy. I met this guy
But
a
he
couple
says what happened
times.
at this house,
Actually,
not
35
far from
times.
his,
Every
has
day he
shaken
walked by.
everyone here.
I think it's disconcerting that this occurred, obviously, and we're so concerned about the family and supporting that family.
And thinking more about how to keep safe, both at their own homes.
Maybe people are more apt to lock their door or ensure that that camera is operational, that you've charged that battery.
And as a community.
There's been talk of reinvigorating a neighborhood watch.
But beyond those measures, many people who live in this neighborhood have been doing important work to help find Nancy. What you may not know is a network of neighbors here have played an integral role throughout this investigation, working behind the scenes to gather camera footage from each other's homes, cross-referencing that footage and getting it to law enforcement. It's part of a neighborhood action group which formed early on in Nancy's disappearance. One member of the group tells us that's our recipe. So far, we haven't found Nancy, but we can help law enforcement by being targeted. We let them decide what is actionable. The group continuing their work, they call it the recipe for being helpful.
The best thing you can do for safety is create awareness, create connection with neighbors.
One neighbor who asked us to protect her identity says what happened to Nancy is bringing neighbors closer.
There's a sense of what now out here.
We need to rely on each other, and I've seen a lot of that in these past few weeks. More checking up on people and more making sure everyone's okay.
She says it's helping the neighborhood heal.
Before this, we didn't know each other. Now we know a little more about each other, and we know we're in this together.
Something Lamy says is critical.
Absolutely. You know, it's the silver lining to a very dark cloud.
While hoping for the answer to questions so many are desperate for. What happened and why?
Because this was a shocking event.
And there is still a lot of healing to be done here. And neighbors say they're still fearful, and they will continue to be until they get answers in this case. Reporting in the Catalina foothills, I'm Andrew Capasso, News 4 Tucson.
Thank you, Andrew. For our team here at News 4 Tucson, the story hits home. As we've told you, Savannah Guthrie is part of the News 4 Tucson family, having worked here as a news anchor on her way up to becoming the host of the Today Show.
Reporting on the disappearance of her mom has not been easy. Like the rest of the community, we wanted to find a way to show the Guthrie family our love and support, and to provide a place for you to send a message of your own. We never expected the impact our tribute would have.
Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help.
Bring her home.
We're trying to help.
Message Savannah Guthrie
Then we get
posted
hit
on
pieces.
social media. It was a direct plea to those who were involved in her disappearance to let her go. But it was also a call for others to keep praying for Nancy's return. Those three words becoming the theme of the banner. We weren't quite sure how the community would react, but soon they started to come. Some to sign the banner, leaving messages of hope and support. Others leaving flowers and candles, each expressing their concern and love in their own way.
Our hearts are in it, and she's always on her mind. So the candles right here, the heart we made, all the names on the candles, to me, it's showing hope, it's showing love, and it's showing humanity.
And all coming by for the same reason.
Just to show my presence and support so the family knows that they're not alone.
Shout out, that's one of our mods.
There are people
That's
that
one of
do
our
care.
mods.
And for many, without even having met the Guthries, they still feel
That's
connected.
one of our mods. Shout out.
House
Thank you.
To care for people, and I care for the Guthries. They're from here. Savannah grew up here. They're ours.
And now, as the days have turned into weeks since the search began, keeping hope alive is more important than ever.
Hopefully, by doing this, it's still showing people out there that we care. It's showing people out there that just because the sheriff's not at the house anymore, just because there's not a whole group of people at the house, or you don't see stuff all over town anymore, we're not forgetting Nancy.
And tonight, the Guthrie family has a message for you, Tucson.
We are deeply grateful for the outpouring from neighbors, friends, and the people of Tucson. We are all family now. We continue to believe it is Tucsonans and the greater Southern Arizona community that hold the key to finding resolution in this case. Someone knows something. It's possible a member of this community has information that they do not even realize is significant. We hope people search their memories, especially around the key timelines of January 31st and the early morning hours of February 1st, as well as the late evening of January 11th. We desperately ask this community for renewed attention to our mom's case. Please consult camera footage, journal notes, text messages, observations, or conversations that in retrospect may hold significance. No detail is too small. It may be the key. We miss our mom with every breath, and we cannot be in peace until she is home. We cannot grieve. We can only ache and wonder. Our focus is solely on finding her and bringing her home. We want to celebrate her beautiful and courageous life, but we cannot do that until she is brought to a final place of rest. Thank you for continuing to pray without ceasing. The Guthrie family. Cameron and Christine, Annie and Tommaso, Savannah and Michael.
An emotional plea exclusive for News 4 Tucson. A family grateful for your love and support while desperate to find their mom. A reminder that you can find those links to call in your tips at the numbers at the bottom of your screen.
Like you, we were all hoping, we're holding on hope as a community. We can all work together to help bring Nancy home. From all of us at News 4 Tucson, good night.
Yellow hearts for Nancy, everybody. All right, everybody, that was it. Wow. Well, let's look at the positive stuff that we did see. I see you got lots of yellow hearts. The positive is, the positive I got out of it is there's a big community of different groups. Each group cares on their own in different ways, including the people on the street, like myself and 857 Tucson community. I would have done an interview just to tell them, what we're about. We're about educating people about Tucson. Who, what are some different areas? What are some groups that could be responsible for this? So anyway, yeah, lots of yellow hearts. That ending was really touching with the photos. But you know what? I'm going to rewind because I'm not going to go into the negative. I'm not going to do the negative. Everybody, I saw lots of people, BS, this is fake. It's typical NBC, big media. They want to put a positive spin at the community coming together. I don't know why they took a shot at YouTubers. That seemed a little bit, a lot of people say they did a horrible job. And that's the thing. I think a lot of people were expecting more. What were you guys expecting more on this? Let me know what you guys were expecting. Thank you, Kristen. So what did we all learn? That's the question right there. Boom. Great question. Kristen, I appreciate the super stickers and chats. Kristen says, what did we all learn? Anything new? I'm going to tell you the one thing I learned here after I read the comments. I'll put them up here on the post. I'm going to tell you the one thing. I learned one thing. I'm trying to think, maybe there's two, but I literally can only think of one thing. Let me know what you guys, I'm going to make some videos too that's going to be spotlighting it in a different way. But this, as I was thinking this, my brain was churning in, where do I go as far as making some videos that explain what we're doing, maybe something like that. But also what we could do to, like they said, they think it's somebody in the community. It could be a follower of 857 Tucson. It could be a follower of What's Up Tucson. There's another a local, they're not on YouTube, but it's called What's Up Tucson. And I'm looking at what you guys are typing here as far as what did you guys learn. I'm going to put that back up. Kristen, thank you again. And that's the perfect question. What did you learn in this? A lot of people are saying disingenuous. I don't know if that was for the whole thing or what the attack on the YouTubers. Expected more than a recap. So let's go with that. That's exactly, it seemed like it was just basically touching all the same things that we hear every day. I'm trying to think of something new. I don't know. Oh, the falsely accused. I don't think anybody falsely accused. That's where I think the statement of the family being so silent, and then they made that one video with all three of them, and then the family went silent. It's like only Savannah can talk. Why can't Annie talk? Why can't Annie release an Instagram video? And I'm not being mean. I'm just saying it seems a little something's going on. Thank you, Terry Trent says, please know that you're not in that group and you have nothing but respectful to all. And that's the thing. I've been through this in a situation. I'm very aware. I try to be aware. Let's see what people are saying. What did you guys learn? Something more than a recap and a bash is what I expected. The YouTube went and searched more than anyone. It had a real positive feel that the family, her friends, but I thought it would be more. Becky said she didn't learn anything. Yeah, it looks like they just did the statement, and then instead of just releasing another video, they just wrote something up. Savannah probably wrote something up, sent it in, and Annie and Tommaso are don't have to talk. I mean, they're not entitled to talk, but we're here to help them. We're here to hug them. We're here to be for a community for them, but it seems like they only want certain people around them to help. It's it makes no sense. I was expecting to see the family. Me too. Kathy Carroll. Thank you. That's a great comment. I was expecting to see at least a statement maybe at the end, like, thank you, Tucson. We still believe hope. We will never give up. Thank you. And Annie maybe says, thank you, all the community. And nobody blamed them. Nobody blamed them. But it's automatic when people are going to speculate, it's going to be close to the family. They even know that. They even know that. I mean, that's the most common sense thing. They know that the public is going to think the family is responsible. It's automatic in any case that's happened in America. And I'm not trying to be critical on them, but they know they're smart people. They know that anytime somebody goes missing in a family or someone is a victim of a homicide, they look at the family. You think Annie and Tommaso don't know that? Why wouldn't they just be transparent and say, look, we know you guys would think that, but we would never. And so instead of that, they just went silent. And so the speculation grows because they're silent. All they had to do is just be genuine. It doesn't have to be a battle. We're with them. Like I said, if I saw Tommaso, I would just want to give him a hug. That's what's so. Why do they have to? What are they hiding? Not that they're hiding, but why don't they understand that in a situation like this, the family is going to get looked at and the public is going to be a little bit skeptical? Or the public is going to, go, hey. And so at any time, maybe she will do it in the future, but it seems like they know that they were going to be looked at just because the proximity, they dropped her off last. And then they expect the public just to not think that the family might be, not saying that they are. I'm not, that's the thing, it has nothing to do with they are, but it's automatic that in any case, the percentage it points at the family. Now, the reason they do that is because that's the odds when they've done cases. A lot of, now this could be the 1 or 2%, 5% of cases that doesn't, the family's not, I don't think the family's involved. I know there's people that do. I know we got one in the chat, and I let him say, he has opinion. I mean, I don't think they're involved. But they have to know, being as smart as Savannah is, that if Tommaso dropped off Annie or Nancy, and he was the last person to see him, that the public is going to think that they're involved. Not Annie, but maybe Tommaso. I mean, it's natural. And so now they're mad at the public for accusing them of being involved, even though it's a natural thing. And they could have come out and said, look, they could have done a 15-minute interview today and said, you know, we love Nancy. I mean, we understand that people would think because of this and this and that, and help the public understand. But instead, they're going to use the media right here, as you guys saw. They just use the media to make a hit piece saying that people are blaming them. Nobody's blaming them. We're just speculating because we haven't heard. We don't know. It's natural, human nature. Sorry, I'm just a little bit annoyed at the transparency, and then the hit piece, and then just doesn't make sense. Like, and I'm not trying to be mean to them at all. I mean, I understand everybody. Well, they're grieving. They're grieving. I lost my mother. I'm grieving still years later. I get it. I would probably, go at the point and understand that, hey, I need to make a statement. If my mom was kidnapped and people are thinking that I did it, I would want to go out to the public and go, look, here, this is me. You don't have to ever think I did this. Like, why can't we get that? And let me know if I'm off base. I haven't even looked at the comments or anything, but the one thing I'm going to tell you that I did, and I'm going to see if I can rewind this. We'll rewatch if I can. Yeah, we'll rewatch this ending, the message from the family. So I'm gonna mute it here.
And tonight, the Guthrie family has a message for you, Tucson.
We are deeply grateful for the outpouring from neighbors, friends, and the people of Tucson. We are all family now. We continue to believe it is Tucsonans and the greater Southern Arizona community that hold the key to finding resolution in this case. Someone knows something. It's possible a member of this community has information that they do not even realize is significant. We hope people search their memories, especially around the key timelines of January 31st and the early morning hours of February 1st, as well as the late evening of January 11th. We desperately ask this community for renewed attention to our mom's case. Please consult camera footage, journal notes, text messages, observations, or conversations that in retrospect may hold significance. No detail is too small. It may be the key. We miss our mom with every breath, and we cannot be in peace until she is home. We cannot grieve. We can only ache and wonder. Our focus is solely on finding her and bringing her home. We want to celebrate her beautiful and courageous life, but we cannot do that until she is brought to a final place of rest. Thank you for continuing to pray without ceasing. The Guthrie family. Cameron and Christine, Annie and Tommaso, Savannah and Michael.
There's one word. There's one word in there that I'm going to bring up. Let's see if you guys got it. But I want to give a big thank you to Terry again. Kristen, appreciate the continued support. Neighborhood Watch, that's what you are all doing. I would want that in my neighborhood. Exactly. Good point. And they have the Neighborhood Watch signs. They have the actual Neighborhood Watch signs. So that program is, it's old, but I don't know if people actually have like neighborhood watch meetings. That's the way it was supposed to be established. The neighborhood watch has become nothing now in America. The neighborhood watch was designed so the community, the neighbors in each of these streets, they would meet and set up their own neighborhood watch, right? So you see these signs in here in Arizona, neighborhood watch, it's a big sign. It means nothing. It's a waste of metal. There's no neighborhood watch happened at Nancy's. If it was, there would have been a damn camera somewhere. So maybe they need to relook at the what neighborhood watch is. They use these key terms, these buzzwords, and then something happens. Neighborhood watch, it's nothing. It's just it's word salad. Thank you again, JLC. Thank you. I'm going to go to the word, and I got two more super thank you. Expected a brief thanks from the Guthries. Sorry, but no respect from the family for everything that has been done. I am upset, but not surprised, sad. And then everyone's auntie. Oh, thank you for the $9.99 super. My son was murdered 4 years ago, Red 4 years ago, and I'm still grieving. No arrests were made. Even though we know without a doubt who is responsible. I feel for the family. Everyone's out. I will advocate for you forever. If there's anything I can do, please. Let's spot if there's anything we can do to get the story out. The media listens to the YouTube. They watch the channels. They might be watching right now. The local media. Let's get it out there, everyone's auntie. I am here. My heart is with you. And everybody say prayers for healing, for the family. Everyone's auntie, thank you for sharing that. And I'll always advocate for victims. And so please, if there is anything I can do, I know you're probably are fighting hard. Let me do a video about it. I can send it over to some other people. But my heart is with you. So the one word I'm going to bring up is, well, let me ask, did you guys see the one word in that statement? And let me know, should we play it one more time? Let me know if you guys, there's one word. It's kind of confusing too. I like that. Kelt is fired up tonight. Thank you, Kelt. Let me see if you guys see the one word that there's only one word that really meant something in this whole 30-minute thing. So I'm going to give it 1 minute. Repeat. Okay, we'll repeat it one more time and then see if you can. There's one word that actually gave me hope. There's one word.
We are deeply grateful for the outpouring from neighbors, friends, and the people of Tucson. We are all family now. We continue to believe it is Tucsonans and the greater Southern Arizona community that hold the key to finding resolution in this case. Someone knows something. It's possible a member of this community has information that they do not even realize is significant. We hope people search their memories, especially around the key timelines of January 31st and the early morning hours of February 1st, as well as the late evening of January 11th. We desperately ask this community for renewed attention to our mom's case. Please consult camera footage, journal notes, text messages, observations, or conversations that in retrospect may hold significance. No detail is too small. It may be the key. We miss our mom with every breath, and we cannot be in peace until she is home. We cannot grieve. We can only ache and wonder. Our focus is solely on finding her and bringing her home. We want to celebrate her beautiful and courageous life, but we cannot do that until she is brought to a final place of rest. Thank you for continuing to pray without ceasing. The Guthrie family. Cameron and Christine, Annie and Tommaso, Savannah and Michael.
We have one person that got the word right. One person that got the word right. I'm looking. Actually, we got two people. Yep. Everybody's seeing the word now. Everybody's seeing the word. I see it. I'm going to give it to the first person who got it, though. This is the word right here. This is the word. It's confusing. Renewed. Renewed. Let's rewind it to where it says that. Right here. Renewed. That's the word. I saw that right when I was hearing this. That was the word that stuck out of me out of everything. Renewed. Attention. We desperately ask this community for renewed. Let's look up the definition for renewed. Renewed attention means, okay, so here I'm going to read this, guys, what this means. Renewed. So this is what's confusing is are they saying for the media to come back out? We desperately ask this community for renewed attention to our mom's case. So now they're gonna say YouTube's need to leave out no parking, and then they want renewed attention. So the media needs to get back out here. Brian Inton, the family is asking for renewed attention to our mom's case. Renewed is the word. Thank you, BJ Root. Renewed attention. So I guess there's not enough attention because it's faded away, remember? And now they're asking for renewed. So tag that on X. Tell all the media. The Guthries are asking for renewed attention to their mom's case. They're not asking for this to go away. They're not asking for YouTubers to go away. Nothing says anything about the YouTubers need to stop or the media needs to go away. The media went away because of their budgets. Renewed is the word. So if anything I got out of that, this is a throwback at the big media that the Guthries are desperately thinking. We are desperately asked this community for renewed attention. Well, the community is doing enough. I mean, they can only do so much. The media needs to get out here and talk with the community, go into these neighborhoods, find out, do some investigative reporting. They're desperately asking. Thank you so much, Cbon. Cbon was the first one to get that. Those that care about Nancy don't need renewed attention on Nancy. We have been attentive all along. This makes me so mad. Thank you. And you were definitely watching that. And that word, it's kind of also like there's been so much attention. And so renewed attention is kind of the word. Thank you guys for playing that out with me. Read the rest of they state what they want. I understand they've been stating that since day one, day two. They do. That's definitely. It also is renewed attention, so the public can see that the media is still on it. I mean, a lot of people they don't even know Nancy's missing in some of these neighborhoods in Tucson. I hate to tell you. If you go to South Tucson right now and you ask anybody about Nancy, there might be 50% of them that don't know Nancy is missing. It's not like they're not watching the local news. Is there any flyers going around? I'm getting flyers made on, I'll be handing those out to the mayor's office, the district's office. I'm not going away. I'm just going to think smart on how to get the word out to as many people at once. The media does a great job. They have a big following. So anyway, I'm going to go be right back. Let me know what your guys' thoughts on where do we go from here after hearing this. I mean, the video was really, like everyone said, we didn't learn anything. I didn't learn anything new. It's also interesting to me that they use the phrase "the key" several times. Let me see. I don't. We are deeply grateful for the outpouring from neighbors, friends, and the people of Tucson. We are all family now. Okay, so there's the first time it's the key. We continue to believe Tucsonans are the greater Southern Arizona community that hold the key to the finding a resolution. So that's one time it's used. Was it used more than once? Oh yeah, there we go. Right there, there's the second time. It may be the key. Oh, okay. So that's a good, I'm not going to go too deep, but yeah, that could be a little hint there that there might be a family member that there's a key sitting in their son's room right now that could be. What do you guys think about the key comment? Was it used the third time or is it just twice? We miss our mom. Don't see it there. So they used the key twice. But it is used right here, kind of right after, look, please consult camera, journal notes, text messages, observations that are in retrospect may hold no detail is too small. It may be the key. And then it was used up here. We continue to believe it is Tucsonans in the greater Southern Arizona community that hold the key to finding resolution. So is that a subliminal message that maybe I'm just speculating? This is all just opinion based. That maybe they think that there was a key to get used in, or was it just coincidentally? Thank you, Mr. Walt. Thank you. Key 3 times. Did I miss the 3rd time? Key to finding a resolution. I think I only, is it 3 times? There's twice. I only see it twice. Am I missing one? Is that 3rd time right here? Especially around the key timelines. The key. So we got 3 times in this small little paragraph. Now, either that's really coincidentally written, because this was done, pretty professional proof that they put the key 3 times. The key. What do you guys think about this? This is crazy stuff we're unveiling right now. That they use the key 3 times in this. That is a little odd. What are your guys' thoughts? Amanda, it's also interesting to me that they use the phrase the key. There we go. Seabon, thank you again. My point was that renewed attention shouldn't be needed. The media and everyone should have been paying attention all along. Good comment. Thank you again. The wording makes it sound like they know the perp is definitely from Tucson, Arizona area. They are not asking people nationwide, just local. That's a good point, Jacqueline. I have been thinking this all along. I live in Tucson. I know this culture. I know Tucson. My gut feeling is the suspects, maybe plural, are living in southern Arizona. It could be Tucson. It could be one of these small towns that the cartel owns. Basically, they own the police. Imagine right now in America, there's a small town not too far from Tucson, and the cartel runs it. I'm not joking, everybody. You think I'm joking? They run the city. In America, currently, today. Anna says use the key 3 times. Around the key time. You guys are smart. I mean, I didn't see the key 3 times, so you guys nailed that one. Makes me wonder if they think someone who had a key to her house. Man, this just got a little weird in a way. I mean, I hate to say it because I'm really not thinking like that they would put that in there like to give a hint, but basically I'm actually believing that maybe they put that 3 times in there. It may be the key. Is that like a cryptic message they don't want to spook everybody, but maybe somebody in there in Tucson, southern Arizona, needs to go look in their son's room and see about a key. I mean, it's just weird. Thank you, doctor. Why the word resolution? Trump used that word early on. What resolution is there? I thought he used the word solution. Christian, was it resolution that he used, or was it I thought he used the word solution, but he might have used both. He might have used resolute, because that was weird. When President Trump said we're gonna have a solution soon, I thought maybe it was resolution. I go, how the heck does he know? Like, I thought I mean, I don't think the president should have spoke anything. When he said that, I actually thought that it would be a cold case. Nanos was saying let her go, but the family speaks as if they know she's dead. It's odd. I mean, this thing just got really odd. I thought I was going to be a little more resolute in maybe them uncovering some stuff in this special, but it just got really odd to me how they're handling this now. I don't know. Try to not. I don't know why. I haven't deleted any messages. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Nancy's back door, according to Ashley, source was wide open. No forced entry. Someone could have a key to Nancy's house. That's crazy. And then you thought about all the locksmiths that were there. If those were the locksmiths, do you remember? Man, that threw me. I didn't think I would have a big reaction. I thought, oh, well, it's another special and, maybe have a new piece of information that they came out. But this got weird. Nano saying let her go, but the family speaks. Yeah, thank you guys again. It's odd. Use the key 3 times around the key timelines. Yeah, so what are your guys' thoughts after everything? I know everyone's been expressing what they think. Search their memories. Let me ask this. Do you think this was written with a cryptic message in there? Like, I've never thought that I would actually read something and then discover, wow, this might be a cryptic, like that's never happened. So that's why I'm kind of weirded out. I've never read a message where I actually realize or I feel like there's something in this. The key to be locking some information. The key. Who took Nancy's key? Could be and that's the thing, it is a metaphor. But to use it 3 times, it's a good comment. It's a normal metaphor. But to use it 3 times in a short thing like that, either it's one of these popular phrases that Savannah uses, because this was written by Savannah. In my opinion, these are all my opinions. But that it could be a metaphor, and that's the thing is one time I could see as a metaphor, but it's 3 different times, and they're not talking about an actual key. They're actually talking about the metaphor 3 different times in this short thing. So that's why it seems like that metaphor from a professional journalist would never use the key 3 times seems like maybe not the right way to write something. You wouldn't put it 3 times in something. Key means answer. Well, let's go back to what renewed attention means. Because remember I told you I was going to look that up. The word that I thought, renewed attention, the definition of renewed attention, I'm behind on comments. I'll try to catch up here. Renewed attention means a revival or increase of focus, interest, or consideration towards something that had previously been okay. So they actually use the definition of renewed attention. Oh my God. They actually use the definition of renewed attention. Let me fast forward into this. In exactly how this is consideration towards observations. I'm just going to read this. This is what renewed attention, and let me know if any of what I'm going to read is transferred right into this written thing. Renewed attention means a revival or increased focus of interest or consideration towards something that had been previously been ignored, forgotten, or less important. It implies a fresh, vigorous, or resumed interest, often after a period of neglect or diminished focused. Some examples would be the scandal brought renewed attention to the need for policy reform. After the discovery, there was renewed attention paid to the old manuscript. So you guys get it. All right, I'm going to check the comments. Way behind on the comments. Key timeline. Morgan Wright says it best during his interview. I'll have to watch that. Shout out John DePietro. Someone has a key to her house. That could be it. Written by a PR agency. So do you guys think this was written by a public relations agency, or was this written from the heart of Annie and Savannah? They got on the phone and they wrote this together. Do you think that happened? Or Savannah wrote it on her own, or did they use a public relations agency? It's creepy. Someone had to have a key. Try to catch up. It's just poor writing. So there's probably some really good writers in here. And let me know. Everybody's a good writer, but there's just people who, enjoy writing and they want proper grammar, right? It's very important to their they call them grammar police. Is 3 times using that term, is that a little much? Or would that be just normal? And there's grant reaching. So do you say you don't think that means anything? And I don't know. It's odd. I just don't know. A lot of people saying stop with the conspiracy of the key. I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. I have no idea what to think. I'm just saying it's odd. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, well, there's maybe not. I got people saying stop with the key. Key under the mat. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not using it as the actual key. The key isn't physical. So you might be right, May. Don Huey says, Savannah, her messages always had movie quotes. This could be something like that. Interesting. I didn't think about it. Dr. Q would know. Thank you again, Sharon Lee. Dr. Q, he's the guy with the theories, psychopath theories. But I'm not going to talk about, I don't want to upset anybody if I'm talking about the key. People I don't want to, we're just having a discussion. So I don't know. It probably means nothing. Yeah, and that's the thing is, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt, right? I don't, but it did make me think, because a lot of these messages in this case, right, have been a little mysterious, right? Just think about the messages that Savannah wrote. She's quoting Silence of the Lambs. There was cryptic messages sent in that. So I would have never thought this, but for whatever reason, because this has been so mysterious, somebody mentioned that's been said 3 times. So that's the only reason. Don't be mad at me if you want me. I mean, I'm just bringing. Evening. Yeah, we're live, but it's all good.
Hey, we're over here at Peter Piper's Pizza. If you're hungry, man, everybody told us to check on 857. You might be a little pissed. What kind of pissed too, though? We saw it.
Yeah, I'm just.
Question: you were you there? Do you remember me telling Jacob with KVOA?
Wait, hold on. We're live on. Are you okay to talk live?
Yeah, I'm live too. So
Okay.
I believe you were there when Jacob. I remember when Jacob talked to you about doing. When Jacob talked to me about doing an interview, I said I will do an interview and on 2 conditions. The number 1, you don't use it to bash any streamers or YouTubers or anything like that, because I don't want to be in the drama. And then number 2, I said I wanted to clear that it was a group effort, because I'll say I'm doing one at church, but we all talked, we all discussed it, and all that stuff. So I gave you guys credit too. So when I did the candle lighting or the Hope Gathering, you're the one who came up with the name for the Hope Gathering, right? So to me, it was a group effort. But did I not ask him in person not to use this interview to bash other streamers or YouTubers?
Well, I mean, yeah, I remember. I mean, I don't remember you saying that, but I believe you. But I think when he went to you, that's when they were done with the bashing and then that's why the whole thing was contradictory. Because if you watch the bashing part, when it gets to you, they're talking about how great it is. It's pretty much contradicts itself. It's like somebody threw in that we need to bash the YouTubers, and they threw that in the middle. So
that video, but it's so contradicting. This is not going to age very well.
we do have DJL on here, but yeah, I just was reviewing the video and I didn't really learn anything else. Did you guys learn anything else?
Only thing is that she said something about the January 11th, which pretty much she was telling us that's what the other picture was from. January 24th wasn't mentioned. It's just January 31st, February 1st, and January 11th.
Yeah, so that January 11th, that's a key date. The suspect.
They said that they bashed the streamers while showing the chaos from mainstream media outside the house. You're right. They were showing the camera of all their cameras. I'm no longer mad. I guess that's anyway. But I said it was well. I want to make sure to check on you, make sure everything's good. If you happen to be in the Oracle, I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, but tomorrow night, if you guys want to meet to watch the U of A basketball game, I'm right there by at the Union Public House tomorrow.
Live?
Yeah.
Oh, Noah's gonna be there, right?
I don't know if he'll be there. Who knows? But it'll be a good. It's like an open patio, so I'm inviting people and anybody can go. It's outdoors and there's a big screen and it's right by kind of Nancy's area, River and Campbell.
Campbell, gotcha. I didn't have this conversation right now. Go ahead. I'm going to use your live stream while we go inside and eat. People want to listen to Scanner, so I'm using Tucson 857 Scanner audio. That's screen. Yeah, I'm sure that's what we do, man.
Yep, no problem.
All right, guys. Hey, I'll keep you posted about tomorrow, man. It'll be awesome, man. I'm going to see what's up. It's my daughter's birthday, but we'll see what's up.
All right. Well, happy birthday to her.
Talk to you soon.
All right. See you guys. Yeah, I don't think Nanos would be there. I'm missing comments, but I don't. I'm not trying to start anything really. I'm just analyzing this last sentence because that's from the families. Everything else was just kind of typical media story. Some of them, we kind of expect at this point. There's people bashing another streamer. I didn't see that. But they need the January 11th. I missed that because I only remember. So now I had to look back, but I didn't remember seeing that. So that's that January 11th date. Exactly, Lizzo. Main media is scared. Their gift is ending. I don't want to miss any. These are good comments. Yeah, no bashing. Everybody has just we're all together, so it's really just we don't do drama. Just don't have time for it. Some people they enjoy doing drama and they like starting it and it's I can't I just don't have the energy. Did you get a chance to read this two-part email I sent regarding a tip? It's very interesting. I don't think I might have. Could you resend it one more time? Because every night I've been trying to go back. I get to about 20 or 30 emails and then I look and there's still more. And so I'm gonna get better at reading all the emails. Eventually, my goal would be to never miss an email, but I'm gonna need to get help with that. Gus is trolling. What's up, Gus? Hit the like. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we're not doing anything but analyzing it. Those were the things that people saw. Let me know, is there anything else you saw in the entire program that stuck out more than anything? Thank you, Trix, for joining. Ashley and Megan told the truth. And also, that's what's kind of interesting is, Ashley Banfield did come out with the story where she's one of the biggest crime reporters, if not, she's up there with Nancy Grace. And they said Tommaso is the main suspect. That's what Ashley Banfield, from her inside sources. And then they get mad at us. It's our fault. I mean, every single case that will ever happen, ever in America, where a family member goes missing, they are going to check the family. And if the family doesn't handle it right, the public is going to speculate that the family might be involved. It happens in every case. It takes the family speaking up and being transparent, and I don't want to say they have to clear their name, but it helps if they're just genuinely caring people that, hey, we get it. Our mom is missing and people are going to think we did it. So we need to go out and get in front of this and tell these people we didn't have anything to do with it. And I'm not saying they did, but that's how they avoid feeling like they're being attacked, is just come out and just be like a normal human. Don't go hide away and in some $1 million mansion. You know, that's where they were. Allegedly unconfirmed information, but that's where they've been the last until they moved back to the house. Somebody got them up in a, you know, a local person, a friend, let them stay in a mansion with the whole family. And I could see not making any comments right off the bat, right? Like, of course. But we're almost 50 days into it. Why didn't NBC News tell the public about the candle lighting? Nobody showed up. Kathy Wright says, yeah, right. They miss their mom with every breath, but they have stayed silent and not even looked for her. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against, that's a good point. The analyst casebook, very good investigator. Thank you. That's a good point. I'm sure they looked into the gun show, but if it was here on the 10th or 11th, I think the family should have thanked the streamers for searching, and I don't expect any of them to thank me. I just want them to be able to start to heal. And healing sometimes is talking, right? Communicating, letting know, get things off your chest can be healing, right? If they're keeping it in, of course it's gonna make it harder. Of course, they're smart people. These are not people that, these are smart people. Let me just put it that way. They know, most people know that on any kind of case like this, the family naturally is going to get, like, the public is going to be suspicious. Yeah, and that's where Lorraine, that's a good point, is giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not holding against him. I'm just looking at the point of view of nobody's accusing them, but it's natural. It's natural for families to or for the public to speculate, like, is someone in the family? I mean, just think of the Murdaugh trial. Robert Murdaugh. And he killed his wife and his son. And he tried to blame that it was somebody else. And I mean, that every case is different, but there's been lots of cases where the family, this is probably one of the 1%, 2%. Maybe her key was stolen on January 11th. Yeah, the January 11th date is something that I think they need to tear the whole city apart. January 11th, they need to tear the whole city apart as far as surveillance from that date and the 31st. But not only that, they need to go into the city of Tucson. Have they done any investigations in city of Tucson with all our cameras? Who was driving around on January 11th at 3 a.m. in Tucson through this certain area? It's not that many cars. I mean, there is going to be cars, but I guarantee you, I'm not going to guarantee you, my guess would be that if they got that footage, because there's footage somewhere of this suspect, somewhere. If they went in and they worked and they found footage of all the vehicles that were driving from Nancy's, so it could be all the way from like Swan all the way to like Valencia, all the way to the freeway, any car in this big box. I could show you the box in my head. I have it. They need to go through every surveillance footage from like let's just say 240. Maybe let's just be 235 to, let's say, 3:30, 4 a.m. Any vehicle that was driving in the city of Tucson needs to be looked at. We heard from the Tucson police at all about the Nancy Guthrie case? I'm way behind on the comments. There we go. Then they move further out. Exactly. It was mentioned 3 different dates, 2 in January, and then Nanos had it wrote out that it happened on January 31st and that he was there on. I know, it's all confusing. The word grieve. So Trump did use resolution. I thought, okay, I must have misheard it. I thought he said solution, but a resolution actually makes better sense. So you're probably right. Junebug 99, thank you for clearing that up. I'm way behind on the comments. Did anyone see Savannah's husband at the airport with microphones and camera in his face? Why on earth? I did see that. That was a while back, I believe. Heather asked, why isn't the family speaking out? And that's what's confusing is they know, I mean, these are smart people. They know what the public's gonna, how the public's gonna act in any kind of case like this. I mean, they could have a good clue. Most people do. It's common sense. It's common sense if they know that they're gonna sit over there silent, that people are gonna look at them. So they can't be mad. I mean, they could be like a little disappointed. I mean, I'm not telling them how they can be or not be, but they gotta know this is expected. And so they can also go, well, hey, let's get out in front of this. Let's tell people so they can not think that anymore. I mean, that's what I would want to do. You would think they would, I mean, that would be the honest thing to do, is just be like, we're with you. I don't know. But the silence of, in these cryptic messages, I mean, I'm going to call it cryptic because why couldn't Savannah do an interview like she did before? What, at this point, is it really going to hurt, or is it calculated silence? Like, to me, it seems like it couldn't hurt. I think it's Chat GPT generated, says Cajun Floridian. Thank you, Cajun. If you put that statement into Chat GPT, you can ask Chat GPT if they think this was AI written. Let me know what it says. I don't have the ability to do it here, but if you get the transcript of that, put it in Chat GPT and then ask, was this written by AI? Cajun Floridian, thank you. I think we should move on to a case where media is appreciated, needed, and wanted. Woo. These folks don't care. There's people that would love to have you. I mean, I'm not moving off this case, just like I'm not moving off a Holly Dasso case. The Patricia Wu case, I'm not giving up, but that's a little different circumstances. And what we think happened to Patricia Wu. But I don't give up on cases. I mean, I sat when I was 7 years old until in my 8th grade, waiting for a suspect to be arrested for the victim that I found. So I'm willing to wait the rest of my life. I hope it happens sooner, but it could be like Nano said. That is a truthful statement. It could be years. This person could, if they have a DNA in this person, it could be years. So thank you again, Cajun Floridian. Try to get to some of these comments. I'm way behind. Crystal Jewel, upset. I'm sorry to say it's very disappointing that they did not say a message in person after 7 weeks. I know they're grieving, but 1000s are grieving with them too. That's what I don't think they understand though. They don't think that people actually really do care. They think it's the media's on. No, I mean, like I said, the only thing that's weird is that we haven't been able to talk to any of these people. If it was any other case, eventually, and they're innocent, they're not. They all want to get their word out. They want to show their heart to the public and go, hey, we're grieving over here, and can you guys help renew this case? So I'm not trying to be critical on them. I'm just saying communication helps heal, right? A lot of people keep things bottled up. And if they're not communicating, then it's that feeling is never going to go away. So if they can maybe create all they need to do is just have a 10 to 15 minute interview, maybe even a 5-minute interview where they can, not even Savannah, because Savannah's already gave messages. She's given the most messages out of all of them. But Savannah wasn't even in town when this happened. So it's like she's doing everything she can. Savannah, I'm sure, she's probably working with the PR to write this. But there isn't going to change the fact that whoever was seen last with the person that was either a victim of a homicide or becomes a missing person, they're always going to look at the last person that's seen them. The family knows that. Annie and Tommaso know that. Yeah, and I'm not saying that it is cryptic. That's why I'm just saying it is odd. It is odd. I asked if you guys think. I never think things are cryptic. I don't think people write like that. Like, I'm not thinking that it is or not. I'm just saying it's odd that was put in there 3 times. I'm not saying it was a cryptic message or it wasn't. It did come across after somebody mentioned that it was said 3 times. Then it made me think about it. Like, whoa, that is kind of weird. Probably not cryptic. I'm not saying it is. People don't have to buy it. I'm not buying it. I'm just saying, could that be an option, or would they do that? Would they do? I mean, they put a quote of the silence of the lambs in the last message or one of the previous. So that's why I'm saying is I never think people put cryptic messages in anything. But it is a little mysterious. That's it. So I'm not. Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, Ashley Banfield is a YouTuber now, but she did work for the media. To jump down some of these comments, what is sad is You're extremely careless. If you cared like you say you do about the Guthries, you'd honor their wishes. It'd be great if you could go to their mom's house without hiding in a back seat. Sammy Kebler. Let me read this again. What is sad? You're so extremely clueless. If you cared like you say you care about the Guthries, you'd honor their wishes. What are their wishes? It says renewed attention for your mom's case. I was trying to give them some space and not really cover it as much as. So thank you for the comment. Final meaning, they know she's deceased but can't officially. Well, people are real sensitive, so I got to be careful. We got some real sensitive people. It seems Nanos believed everything that Savannah and Mark Kelly told him on day one. 3 of them had it all figured on day one. He said motive and suspect, and now she's saying it could be someone in the community. I've been so disrespected for just trying to bring exposure to an 84-year-old woman that's been kidnapped after me covering Tucson crime for the last 2 years and hearing, you should hear the shit I hear. I don't report a lot of it on the scanner. I mean, you guys hear it on the scanner now. You see what's going on in this city. And now we got this guy here who wants to come in my chat and try to, what did he say? Might have gotten deleted, but you know, they want to attack me. I know a lot about Tucson, I'll tell you. And she's right. The suspect is most likely living right here in Tucson. Have you heard anything from the chief, Tucson police chief? Does anybody even know what, heard that name one time? Tucson police chief? I mean, right here is Catalina Foothills, and here's Tucson. And so everybody knows the suspect most likely came from Tucson. Or maybe had connections in Tucson somehow. Yeah. Normally, in any case, whoever's the last person. And so we're just supposed to, just because it's Savannah's sister and brother-in-law, they get a pass. They don't have to act normal. They can act and just hide from the public and not be accountable for what is called common sense. As someone who lost my parents, I wouldn't go public. The grief is unimaginable. Also, sure, they are being advised. That's a good point. And so I could say, you know, I don't know how, and I'm sorry for your loss, DW. Let's call you DW. I'm not saying every situation is different. I don't know how you lost your parents. Prayers for healing. This is a different case. They're mad at the public. If you listen to the thing, I don't know if we need to listen to it again. They're mad at the public because the family was getting attention, that public was thinking that they were involved. I don't think they were involved. They know they weren't involved, right? In their minds. What would it hurt for them to come out and just go, look, I know you guys think that, but here we're not involved. We're not involved. It's pretty easy to have a genuine. They don't get a pass. This is the biggest case that hit America as far as since the Lindbergh kidnapping. This is a kidnapping. I mean, I don't know if your parents were kidnapped. I don't know how they, but I get what you're saying. The grief is unimaginable. I can't even imagine what they're going through. And then they got people blaming them. And so how do you stop that? Maybe you just make a statement, or you say something that, you know, we weren't involved in, you know, and I'm not saying they were. No, but I don't hear anybody really saying that they're involved anymore. But they're in this video they talked about. Let me pull this up. Oh, and not in this statement, but in the actual special that we watched, they talked about how
No sign of Nancy.
Its sources close to the case tell us investigators aren't any closer to solving it. Nancy's daughter, Savannah, again on behalf of the family, reiterating an urgent plea for your help.
To bring her home.
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward.
Be right
Tell
back.
what you know and help us bring our beloved mom home. Please be the light in the dark.
And a light in the dark is just what this case needs. Let's start by taking you back to the beginning. Nancy was last seen the night of January 31st at her home near Skyline in Campbell. She was dropped off there by her son-in-law at 9:48 p.m. after having dinner with family. By midday Sunday, Nancy didn't show up to watch church service at a friend's home. Her friend called Nancy's oldest daughter, who called 911. What began as a missing persons search quickly turned into one of the most complex investigations our country has seen in years.
The Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos has given many interviews on the case, but this interview is a bit different. He takes us back to what he remembers about that day when she went missing, shares what's happened since, and has a message for the person or people who took her. It started with a call. Take me back to the night of Sunday, January 31st. When did you get the call that Nancy was missing?
My team had notified me of a missing person. Search and rescue was searching the area.
And we begin tonight with breaking news. The Pima County Sheriff's Department is looking for a missing woman tonight. Good evening.
And there were some concerns with what they were seeing at the scene.
And Skyline is where we are.
Investigators confirmed the missing woman was Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, a name recognized across the country and deeply rooted in the Tucson community.
I don't even know that I knew it was the Guthrie family until probably closer to 6, 7 o'clock that evening.
Miss Guthrie is the mother of Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie.
Within hours, the investigation was expanding with the eyes of the nation watching.
FBI was plugged in that Sunday. Monday morning, we got a quick briefing. They had processed the scene, and we knew we needed some help.
After the public appeal,
We do, in fact, have a crime scene, that we do, in fact, have a crime.
Area right outside of Nancy Guthrie's house.
came press conferences, drawing hundreds of reporters.
We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local media.
A tip hotline was created.
I thank all of you for the prayers, for our beloved mom.
Billboards went up in several states, but the decision to clear the crime scene, followed by renewed searches in the weeks after, has drawn criticism.
A major focus all of a sudden on the house again.
Though Sheriff Chris Nanos says he stands by the work of his investigators.
Sheriff, looking back at this past month in the investigation, did it go the way you wanted it to go?
Yes, absolutely. Here's the thing. I think somebody said, well, Sheriff, did you regret this? Look, I have no regrets about my team and their efforts. I don't regret we let the crime scene go too soon or any of that. That's just silly.
New FBI recovery.
Then 10 days later, the biggest break in the case, doorbell video released showing a suspect
with what appears to be a gun at Nancy Guthrie's home the night of her disappearance.
Today, it remains one of the key pieces of evidence investigators are still leaning on. But it's not the only evidence detectives are analyzing.
Cell phone data, pings, cameras. I mean, how much are you guys leaning into that information, that evidence?
It could be a cell tower dump, could be analyzing a cell phone.
So there is still digital evidence that you guys are waiting on to receive.
Well, we're analyzing all the time, yes.
The sheriff says investigators have gathered a lot of information. They're just not able to share much of it publicly right now.
If you could talk directly to the person who took Nancy, what is your message?
Give her up. Let her go. Just let her go. Just take her to a clinic, a hospital. Drop her off. Just let her go.
And you've seen these photos before. This is the person that Sheriff Nanos is referring to. The FBI released these stills obtained from Nancy's Ring camera of a masked suspect at her front door. They believe this individual is a man between 5'9" and 5'10". You can see he's wearing gloves and a ski mask, carrying a black Ozark Trail hiker pack, and has what appears to be a gun on his waistband. Take another good look at these shots. If you have any information, reach out immediately to 1-800-CALL-FBI.
For weeks now, you've heard about the evidence, the tips, and the rewards, all focused on finding Nancy. But we don't think you've heard enough about who Nancy Guthrie is. News for Tucson's Andrew Capasso sat down with some of the people who worked with Nancy and want you to know the impact she's had in our community.
A big part of Nancy Guthrie's life in Southern Arizona is anchored right here at the University of Arizona. From literally helping save thousands of lives over the decades to helping students in the communication industry.
I always think about Nancy as this quiet leader who was so effective without ever working at it. That's just the way she is.
Former Professor Jacqueline Sharkey worked with Nancy for decades.
She always has had superb communication skills, and she used those to help lead a couple of very important public health and education initiatives that we worked on together.
One project the two worked on, saving the Poison Information Center at the U of A, the place on the chopping block due to budget cuts. Sharkey says Guthrie got right to work.
Gathered more than 20,000 signatures that were delivered to the governor, and the Poison Center was saved.
She says while the work was not easy.
This is in the pre-internet days. So we're talking about brochures and fact sheets and petitions that a small group of people took all over the state.
The impact of that work continues today.
Thousands of Arizonans have benefited from the Poison Center in the 30 years since Nancy had a major role in leading it.
That impact is something Dave Coulier says he's also experienced. He worked with Nancy on the School of Journalism's Advisory Council.
As a huge champion of journalism and the University of Arizona, she was looking out for everybody, all the graduates of the program, and frankly, of the whole university.
He says Guthrie put passion into every project she touched.
There are a lot of people who wanted to get involved for resume builders or certain ego trips and that sort of thing, but not Nancy. She had a quiet power. I mean, she wasn't the loud, talkative person in the room. She was the thoughtful person who provided input when it was needed.
Now, as the tribute to Guthrie grows outside her home, Sharkey says she is not surprised.
It's all a sign of how much Nancy means to us and the enormous impact she had on the community and on our lives.
An impact she says everyone from her Catalina Foothills neighborhood to the U of A and beyond can all learn from.
She's a role model for how to live a life filled with meaning.
And one other thing Sharkey told me, for Nancy, she says it has never been about the credit, but always about the people. Sharkey says that selflessness is precisely why Nancy's impact is felt so deeply across Tucson today. Reporting at the University of Arizona, I'm Andrew Capasso, News 4 Tucson.
And after hearing that story, it is easy to understand why Nancy's sudden disappearance sent shockwaves through our community.
3 days. After she went missing, Nancy's daughter Savannah turned to social media asking everyone to pray. So that's just what Tucson did.
Most merciful God, we pray for our sister Nancy.
We needed a place to come together. And so a vigil popped into my head, and I know both Nancy and Savannah are very faithful, and I just feel like even if people don't pray, I feel like people want to do something. And if they can come together and share hugs and share stories, then that might make it a little easier.
Sally Shamrell helped organize the vigil. She says she met Nancy through her daughter, Savannah Guthrie, when the two were both young journalists at KVOA 30 years ago.
Welcome all of you who have come from the wider community for this vigil, for this time of prayer for Nancy.
Lupita Murillo is another former colleague who wanted to do something to send a message to the family that they weren't alone, and coming together was the way to do it.
Holding a vigil will make us feel like we're doing something positive. We're rallying around the family. We're asking God to please bring Nancy home.
Earlier in the week, Savannah had asked her social media followers to please pray.
We believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers.
And that's exactly what hundreds did at St. Philip's Church that night. They came from all over, many not knowing what to say, but others speaking out, praying for Nancy's return.
God is everything. I prayed for Nancy last night, and I assured her she's got this, she can do it, and we're behind her.
The church's pews filled with people holding candles, there to support the family and to pray for Nancy's return. Some who had never met her, and others who had known the 84-year-old for decades.
It's nice to show that Tucsonans are going to come out and support someone that the community loves.
And those two words, please pray, the plea sent out from Savannah Guthrie, certainly answered that night. Now, though, as the weeks have gone by, the faith shared that night and since remains as strong as ever. As Tucson continued their prayers, investigators continued their work to find Nancy. Sources say tips and cell phone pings led to raids conducted in both Rio Rico and Tucson. But they didn't give them the break they were hoping for. The first one, the night of February 10th, a man was detained in Rio Rico and questioned by investigators. Then on February 13th, police detained and questioned 3 people following a law enforcement operation near First Avenue and Orange Grove in the Shadow Hills neighborhood. No arrests were made in either operation. Evidence analysis in the Guthrie case has also proven to be futile so far. On February 11th, the first black glove was found in a field about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. On the 17th, the DNA was entered into a national database, CODIS, that came back with no matches. Then on March 4th, the DNA was traced to a restaurant worker who was not connected to the case. Well, that didn't bring any answers.
I'm sorry, but everybody knew that none of these gloves were going to return anything. I mean, it seemed like they needed a headline. I mean,
detectives are still hoping surveillance video will. They're concentrating on this zone you see right here, bound by Campbell Avenue, Ina Road, La Cholla Boulevard, and River Road. If you live in that area.
Yeah, she says there's the article that they wrote. It's a great article. If anyone can post that up, I think Ahmad has to post it, but put the link to the article. The Daily Mail with Guy Adams. Shout out Guy Adams on X. He came all the way out here from Britain. Can you hear me? I know that the volume was down.
And have video that shows anything out of the ordinary, you can find a link to share it with investigators on our website at kvoa.com/Nancy Guthrie. And as investigators continue to work the case, outside Nancy's home, a shrine in her honor continued to grow. It started with a simple sign, "Dear Guthrie family."
I'm seeing some people saying they don't want to watch this again. And I guess I could put up a poll, see if we should continue going and watching this. A great guy from the UK, shout him out. Tell him if you ever run into him, tell him I said, next time he comes to America, I'm going to take him to the best breakfast ever. Best American breakfast ever. He didn't like our breakfast that he got at the hotel, and I want to make it up to him. So let him know. Shout out Guy Adams. I have to go to the UK and see what kind of breakfast he's getting. I want to see that thick bacon they get. He was talking about the bacon in the UK. So should we continue this? Are you guys sick of this? Yee-Yaw says they want to watch it. A lot of people, yeah, I mean, we're going to just watch. I kind of was so hyped up that we were getting new information. Something was coming out. And so in some ways, it's kind of good to rewatch this just because.
Your neighbors stand with you. And over the next few days, the messages of hope and prayer continue to grow, along with candles and flowers. Among the chaos in front of the home and up and down the neighborhood street, the signs and other items, a constant reminder of the reason for it all.
We're praying to God that she is going to be returned to her family.
Wait.
And
Should
she's
we? Okay.
well. That is God's wish.
I'm going to have to run a real poll on this one, guys. I'm seeing lots of no's and yeses. Thank you so much, Petalwood Studios. BE interviewed the neighbor lady around day 30. BE asked her if she checked her internet, and she said, and she did not. Weird. That would be Brian Enton. I'm going to run a quick poll just to see if we, because this is, time is the most important thing, and I don't want to waste your guys' time. We're going to go with majority on this one. I try to look at the polls like you can kind of gauge who, but I'm just going to do a real one real quick. All right, we're going to start the poll. The poll is open. The poll is open. Should we continue watching this? We've already watched it once. And if it's wrong, I don't want to have people leave, but we're just going to go with majority. It's close. Oh man. Oh, wow, this is a close one. Man, I might have to start another stream just so the people. No, I don't know what to do. This is way close. Thank you, Patricia. This is close. I mean, if it ends up 50-50 almost. The yes is winning though. That's a lot of people to upset that said no. You got to vote in the poll. Don't give them the views. I know this is oh, it's the no's. Okay. Well, all the no people are going to be, that's a lot of no people to be. I thought this was going to, oh man. Oh, it's 50-50 now. Holy shit. Oh man. My worst nightmare just happened. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to do. Yeah, I know. I guess I got to make the final decision on this one. I don't want to be the bad guy, guys. Okay. This is what you call when something backfires. You try to do something and it backfires. Thank you, Sue. Yeah, it's good to not take everything so serious that it's boring. Yeah, I know it is. So I think we're gonna hold off. I think we're gonna hold off. We'll switch it up a little because everybody said that there's other videos that have come out as far as like Nancy Grace's video, Ashley Banfield, But we're going live right now. We're switching it up just for a minute, guys. We're going live. Something came in. We're just taking a break from the Nancy Guthrie thing for a couple minutes. Something just came across the wire. The timing on this is epic. Everybody, after this comes on, oh, I hope it's still going. Is it? Oh, dang it. I thought there was a live chase. Is it still going? Thought there was a live chase in Cali. Well, I'm going to look up Brian Inton's video. If you guys have any videos. Okay, they ran out. Okay. I was going to just throw up the chase, the live chase real quick. Thank you, Marine Girl. Thank you so much. I'm gonna pull up the Nancy Grace latest or Ashley Banfield. This is an interesting one I'm gonna play. Let's see if Ashley Banfield came out with a new one today. We're going to just watch this one for a minute. Ashley Banfield.
Hey, everyone. I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. Thank you so much for being here. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, could you do me a solid, please? It's free. About hopelessness. For me, was such a Rubicon. Day 47 was when we caught Brian Kohberger. It's when they arrested him. And all up until day 47 in this Guthrie case, I'd been saying, just have patience, just have patience. It took 47 days to catch Brian Kohberger. And we just went over that. So I wanted to talk a little bit about hopelessness. And I wanted to talk about whether this case has stalled, because there's been a lot of talk from the department that they got nothing, they're out of leads and they're just, running down every lead, but haven't got enough information even to scrape together enough for probable cause for a warrant and don't expect raids. I mean, that's been kind of the word, which is very, very upsetting. And it leads to hopelessness. But I've got information for you tonight that I think will make you feel different and will give you hope, right?
Hope.
Taking the tenor of this department, it's not hopeless. It isn't. Yes, it is a struggle. And yes, we're at day 48 as I record this, but the words, we will find him, and we have a good chance of finding her, those are quotes. That's all stuff that makes me feel better, right? And you're about to hear all the reasons why those things are how the department feels, especially when you think about the desert topography and just how cruel the desert can be to try to find, God forbid, a body. But if Nancy Guthrie's no longer with us, that is still a task at hand, finding her. Hey, quick note from my sponsor. If your teen...
So I think this is an interesting, because I mean, a lot of people throw her under the bus, and I'm pretty sure she got the information from her sources that was connected to the case. And then maybe they thought that at the beginning for whatever reason, and then maybe they backed away. But I mean, I don't think you got to hate the woman because a source, whoever her source is probably a better source than mine. I mean, so I get people maybe want to never like her again but she's a great reporter. At the time, maybe that's what they were going on, and then something changed, and they've now cleared the family. But she didn't make that up out of her some dream that she had, Julie. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to have I get passionate, so I'm not trying to point you out. But I mean, we only have a couple reporters that are on her level as far as experience covering cases. So I get, people are upset with her. I'm never watching her again. I don't think it's that serious. She has sources. These sources, just like Brianna Whitney said that it was a burglary gone wrong. Those two things were provided to these reporters by sources. So you're going to say, I mean, I don't know what the statement, oh, hell no, after putting Tommaso under the bus. Like I said, I don't think that's just what her sources said. The video's still up. The video is still up. And like I said, I don't believe Annie and Tommaso. No, I mean, a lot of people that they think that's crazy. I do too. But her sources told that. And the video's still up. So I don't think anyone should hate on this woman for doing her job and trusting her. Whoever her sources are, like I said, are the best in the business in what they're doing. But I'm not trying to be mean either, or like point you out. I just think give her a break. She's doing her job, and a source told her that's what they were investigating. I will have the YouTube right here. I looked before I played it. It's still up. So if it was a bad source, or if the video, she probably would have deleted it if she felt like. So the video is still up if you want to type Ashley Bamfield and Tommaso's name. But I've been so busy. I haven't watched a lot of these.
Glued to their
I
phone
watched
8
the
hours a
clips.
day, barely sleeping, or maybe obsessing over how they look. You need to stop scrolling and listen, because we used to think this was just a phase, but new reports suggest that these platforms may have been designed to keep our kids addicted. Don't ignore it. No, check the link below. It takes to going. They also say that, but for the task force, which is less than a half dozen folks from the homicide division, and then a number of folks from the FBI working out of the FBI field office in Tucson, people have really returned to fighting crime the way they used to before Nancy Guthrie disappeared. So the rest of the department is kind of back to business as usual. I mean, what was it? Back to normal. So I will say this. A lot of folks are calling those tip lines pissed off, like a lot of angry callers, a lot of frightened people who are afraid of what Sheriff Nanos said last week, which was he could strike again. Yeah. So there's been a lot of calls that have changed the nature of the work that the folks in the department are doing. But I want you to hear what I called Sergeant Aaron Cross, because he's the president of the Pima County Deputies Organization. That's basically the union. He's got his finger on the pulse of just how things are going within, the members and how they feel about this. And that's where I sort of wanted to take the pulse of the hope. If there's really hopelessness as we go into week 8 in trying to find Nancy Guthrie and this perpetrator. And my conversation with him was very wide ranging and really informative and very interesting. And I have to be honest with you, I came out of it feeling better about solving the case. Have a listen. The first thing I wanted to ask you, has anything changed? Is there anything really new in the case lately?
Not that we've been able to see outside the task force. The task force, once it was created, now that they've moved out of our building into the FBI building in Tucson. It's made information even more secure than it already was, and they did a pretty good job even before they moved.
So actually, to reaffirm what he was just saying, I heard from my inside source that this case is so secret that all of the case files are actually being held in a safe. Now, maybe that's normal. I don't know. Is it maybe if someone's in law enforcement? I'm sure that might be normal, but he made it sound like obviously there's no leaking. There's not even any leaking on this case, meaning sometimes information gets out, right, of a case. Like what so they are keeping the information so tight to what happened inside of Nancy Guthrie's house that not one person can go over there and like sneak in and go, hey, let me look in this file real quick. I don't know. I mean, it happens. I know everyone's perfect in there, but it happens. And so that's what, and I'm not, everybody has sources, but I did hear that that's how close they're keeping the data or the details on this case. So that's interesting that he just said that.
What they're doing over at the FBI building in Tucson is really only privy to the people in the task force and I imagine our chain of command.
And so as I understand it, and I'm not sure if this is still the case, about a week or two ago, the task force was sort of solidified, it seemed, with about 4 or 5 people from the Pima County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit, and then the collection of FBI representatives. Is that still the case?
That's how I understand it. Yes, ma'am. The 5 that we have, plus a sergeant, I believe, and then unknown how many FBI agents are tasked with it from their
That was my next question. How many FBI agents do you think are still on the case?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I haven't heard any number.
Yeah.
I didn't see. So they had a show together. Megyn Kelly had a show together with Ashley. Maybe we should switch to that one. We'll finish this interview with Cross, and then we'll go to that one. Thank you for who added that input. Megyn Kelly, I'm going to pull that up. We're going to finish the interview with, this is the guy who's, him and Nanos have a lot of history, just put it that way. But thank you. Thank you. I want to put that on.
So for so many people who've been following every single day of this case, it feels stalled. Is it wrong to feel that way out here?
I don't think so. We kind of get that sense too. I don't know if stalled is the way that we inside the department would view it. I think we just kind of, I call it the grind phase of any investigation. Some investigations, in my experience, they break quick and easy. Most bad guys are not that intelligent, so we're able to solve them fairly quickly. This one appeared to put some preparation into it, obviously, and so it wasn't going to be solved quickly unless we, narrowed down some mistake. But I think now that they're just grinding through the tips, going quick, combing through the evidence carefully, and then waiting on, of course, the DNA, I believe, coming back from the labs in Florida to see if they get any break in the case.
I'm going to talk to you about DNA in a second, but I want to go back to what you just said, the grind phase. I don't think I've ever heard that term before. Can you pull on that thread a little and talk to me a little bit more about what that means and what it really effectively is for you all?
Sure. We received thousands and thousands of tips. And I mean, frankly, a lot of them were people in their theories calling in. A lot of it is noise, but you have to comb through that to get to the signal, to something that may be related to the case. It could be something very small, and each of them, it requires effort to go through, to look at it, to examine how relevant it is to the case, and run it down if it does seem relevant. And all that takes time. And again, as I mentioned, you're talking thousands of tips
Well,
So
Sergeant Cross, last we heard, and this is probably 2 weeks ago, was like 40,000. How much of that, roughly percentage, is noise and junk and theories?
a fair amount, I believe. I was actually
50%, 75%? How much?
I'm reluctant to put a number on it. It sounded high. I was in the call center. That's where I work my day job, my current position, and I could overhear a lot of these tips coming in. One of them, just as an example, was make sure the investigators check around the house for her.
Oh,
so
boy.
We said thank you for that tip and moved on to the next one. But that tip is cataloged and moved on. So that's the kind of stuff that you have to get through. That kind of stuff can obviously be quickly dismissed, but some of the other things take a little time probably to make sure that you're doing your job and looking into it appropriately.
I can imagine some of the calls were angry. People who were angry at, things that were coming out in the press about the sheriff and the contradictions. Like how much of it do you think was the public calling in just saying, for God's sake, get a grip?
Yeah. There is a lot of frustration, particularly in our community. I take a lot of calls and I speak with people in our community making reports, and usually a couple times a day, I catch an earful about the performance and some of the issues that even the public's able to identify that were troublesome towards the beginning of this whole investigation.
I don't want to ask you to count, but if you had to give it a rough estimate, how many calls do you think you've had of people who are just mad?
I've heard probably about a dozen, and I let them vent, and then I have to redirect them back to the matter at hand, what they're actually calling about. But there's a lot of anger, and we have a lot of seniors in our town, and there's some fear I'm able to hear, asking me for tips on things they can do to improve their security. There's a lot of that. And so I've been able to, fortunately I had a long career, so I'm able to give them some information to hopefully help them.
If you got 12, there are lots of other people working the phones too. How many in total do you think might have come in that are either angry or fearful?
With all the deputies out there taking calls each day and all the contacts they have with the members of the public, I can only speculate, but I imagine it's a lot.
Hundreds?
Probably. That's fair.
Well, that's a hard job for you because you all are trying to solve a very, very vexing crime. And to that end, do you think we're going to find Nancy?
I think so eventually. I said on another podcast that the odds are usually in law enforcement's favor just because it is extremely difficult to pull off the perfect crime. There's almost always a mistake. And sometimes those mistakes are easy. Most crimes, the mistakes are easy to see. And that's why we're able to solve them fairly quickly. But sometimes when they plan and are somewhat meticulous, it takes a little time to identify the mistakes they made. And that's where the grind phase of this investigation, I believe, is important, where you just carefully go through everything you're able to get and see where that mistake was. It's very hard to pull off a perfect crime.
Do you guys all talk the way I talk with my colleagues? And that is, this guy looked like a buffoon on the front doorstep. Like he just looked like an idiot who wasn't planned. He was winging it. He was MacGyvering it. And that's the kind of guy who's easy to catch. And yet, is it possible he just got really, really lucky in that sinful, sinister way because it was just a confluence of things that went in his favor?
Yeah. He looked, based on my estimation, he looked somewhat prepared, as though it's just my opinion. It looked as though he had somewhat scouted the location, but not perfectly. And it didn't look like he was some pro. I work the south side of Tucson, and I've seen plenty of professional home invasions, usually drug rips, and they're quick. They travel in groups, and they know exactly what they're doing. This did not look like that. So there was some preparation involved, just in my opinion. Which makes it a little more difficult, I think, to solve it quickly. But I don't think I don't think this was a perfect crime. So I believe she will be found eventually. It's just a matter of time, and I think he will be caught. He's probably paying attention to all the media. He could be watching this, as it's broadcast, just to see, are they on to me, And so he just needs to make one mistake, and law enforcement, we just need to get lucky once to catch him.
yeah, you got to get lucky once. But we're coming up on, week 8. And is there a mood in the department as the time drags on that maybe this isn't going to happen? Maybe we won't find him. Maybe we won't find her.
I think the mood is just, how long will it take? I think we will find him. Everybody thinks that we will find him. That's why we have a cold case unit for a reason.
14 hours ago.
Sometimes it takes a long time to catch these guys. I know we had a recent cold case break, and that one
14 hours ago,
a couple decades old. So you never know, and you never know what technology, what DNA breakthroughs are going to come through that will solve a case that had been cold for a while. I mean, we hope that doesn't happen. We hope for the Guthrie family that we're able to solve this quickly and recover their mother. I can't imagine this happening to my mother and the emotions I would be feeling. And so it's captured the attention, obviously, of Pima County and the nation and possibly the world. And I think we're up to the task. It's just a matter of how long, and we're grateful for the FBI's help.
Are people digging in, though, for weeks, months, years? I mean, when you mention the word cold, I say, whoa, hold on. Cold is a long way away. Cold is when you've gone through every tip. There aren't any more tips. There's no more work to do because nothing's coming in. You're not close to cold, but is there a fear that it could be going there?
We always have to reconcile that possibility. And when I say the cold case unit, I think what I mean to convey to people, to the listening audience, is that we just don't give up on these cases. It's been a certain amount of time. We don't have anything to chase down, so let's just pack it away and forget about it. So we'll continue to work it. And I'm optimistic, eventually. I hope it's solved tomorrow. I hope we arrest him tomorrow and recover Nancy, get some answers for the Guthrie family.
Well, is there an energy that starts going through the department? I know people in their silos are keeping things quiet, but if people are getting close, is there an energy that all of a sudden happens? Like, are you going to know it?
Usually there's a buzz, because when there's some sort of hot lead, you have to bring in additional assets, unless they're tasking just the FBI task force and the FBI, hostage rescue team. Eventually, they're going to need other assets inside the department, like our SWAT team, usually patrol assets. So there gets a buzz pretty quickly. Usually, there's no certainties, only probabilities, and I think usually the probability is high that it kind of leaks out and you get a buzz inside the department and phones start blowing up.
Aaron Cross, I don't sense that's happening now. Like, all I'm hearing from everybody is that it's quiet and there are no leads, and it's just one of those things where we're just waiting for something to happen. Is that accurate?
Yeah, outside the task force, it's business as usual for the most part. Patrol is completely back to normal. CID, our regular detectives, are back to normal. So the only question is,
this was from 14 hours ago, everybody. So this isn't some old interview. He's been doing interviews. Great guy, very knowledgeable, but this is the recent, which he's saying it's kind of business as usual. They have the task force. Nobody's asking questions. Nobody's being asked to go look in certain areas. We obviously haven't seen any SWAT team going and taking any. I haven't heard the SWAT team, Pima County, doing anything in the past. So we'll finish this, and then we do have one on the block here. It's Megan Kelly and Ashley Banfield. Now this one's only 13 minutes, so it's just a quick. So after Aaron Cross's interview, we're going to switch over. Kelt says, do you think it's because there's just not enough rep to sway an election, or do you think they are so disheartened that they think? What's the difference? See if there's any good comments. A lot of people think that, that this guy is better than what people are giving him credit for. I think he hasn't been caught, so everybody's thinking this guy just pulled off the perfect crime. Well, normally they don't pull off the perfect crime because the city has the cameras. We got footage of something, a neighbor. So the only reason it's because the city failed to have the safety measurements, the safety tools in place to catch somebody leaving Nancy's neighborhood at 2:30 in the morning. Nancy did everything in a sense. We got a photo of the suspect leaving Nancy's or going or at Nancy's. But we need to have something after the suspect. Do we even have one piece of information? He left this way, we know, because there's nothing. And so I'm going to finish this up and then we'll jump into the other one.
What are the task force guys doing? And what are they working on? What leads are they running down currently? So that's it. And the fact that they've moved outside the building makes it even quieter here.
One thing I can't wrap my head around, and there are lots of things in this case that I can't, but one that's really bothering me is something that the sheriff said, I think a week ago, or maybe not even a week ago. And that was, we know why he was here. And we've known since day one. Aaron Cross, is that true?
I can only speculate what goes on in the sheriff's head. There's so many contradictions, and the story that comes out, the story that comes out varies day by day. The family no one was cleared. Then the next day the family was cleared. We gave up the scene too early. Then we didn't give up the scene too early. I mean, you could go down every time he gives a press conference, he contradicts himself, it seems. So it's hour by hour, day by day on what he says.
Well, listen, all those things are all frustrating, but to have come through this horrible odyssey since day one, and we're in, like I said, we're about to enter week 8. The first thing we heard on day 2 was that there's no concern. No one needs to be fearful out in the community. But now we're hearing he could strike again, lock the doors. But we've known since day 1. Those two things are divergent and they both can't be true. So can you tell me at least this? My sources told me on day 1, there was an absolute focus. And I think you know where I'm going. Inside the department, the focus was on the family and on the brother-in-law. And that's where they were going by towing the car, searching their house, and investigating around their properties, etc. Then they're cleared. The car took 40 some odd days to be returned to that family. And now there is this other boogeyman, and the sheriff is known since day 1. I don't understand. Just tell me if it just changed. Yes, that was the focus on day 1, and it changed.
Yeah. I don't have any specific information as to what was going on in the unit, that first week. However, of course you're going to want to rule out the last people that saw someone alive or in good shape. That's just investigative 101. So of course you're going to look at the family and ask the questions of, okay, who's the last person to see her? Check out their story and eliminate them as a suspect. That's not controversial at all.
Yeah, but you don't usually tow their car under a warrant.
Right. And I don't know what they were able to write in the affidavit to get the probable cause, to get that search warrant. I believe they're all sealed. But there must have been something there. I can only speculate as to what it was. But yeah, I think that it's not controversial at all to eliminate the family. And then once you've done that, to a certain degree, you can move on to other theories. And again, I don't know what they saw inside the house to drive their theories. But yeah, it's not controversial to go looking into the family to make sure that they weren't involved.
Yeah, but then for the sheriff to say now, but I've known since day 1, and yet it's not the family. But on day 1, we were doing all this to the family.
It's not helpful. Just speak the facts that you can relay to the public, and make sure you're not contradicting yourself. And the thing is, as a law enforcement leader, you want to instill confidence in your community that you're capable, professional, you have poise, and you're kind of the emotional rock when they're going through something difficult. And this community is. And you want to be very clear the information that you're giving out. And when you contradict yourself, it just undermines public trust in the agency, and people start wondering, okay, what about this investigation? Is it being handled appropriately? And my opinion, the opinion of many of my members, because I'm the president of the union, we were calling ourselves the next day after those press conferences and just asking ourselves, what was that about? It was frankly embarrassing for all of us, and we wish that he probably would have been better suited to hand that off to someone else, like a PIO or an investigator who was more familiar with the case.
Yeah, I think a lot of us out here, you know, in the receiving end of all of this have said a lot of the same things, you know, especially we've known since day one why he was here. And I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but we know why he was here is a very strong comment. Do they know what the motive was? Among those within the walls of where you work, is there a lot of talk of like, yeah, we do know what went on in there?
No, not that I've heard. And he walked that back in his very next statement was, we believe. We know why he was there. We believe.
Hey, listen, same thing. We believe we know why he was there. So was it robbery? Was it sex assault? Right. Was it mistaken identity? Was it ransom? Like those are all very, very divergent and they require very, very different evidence. Does he have something to tell us? Why?
Not that I've heard. Again, if they have it inside, they've kept a very tight lid on it inside the unit. We have not heard any of those theories.
That ain't the case. not after I learned what I learned on day 3. It hasn't been kept tight. So that's frustrating. So was it just, I guess, was he just making this up as he's going along?
The sheriff likes to shoot from the hip when he's speaking. He's not a strong public speaker, and he says things that later on have to get cleaned up. And that's why we wish that there had been some prepared statements. We have capable people that were there ready to help him. And we all wish that he had enlisted some of their aid.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the stuff that I learned on day 3, he, you know, really tried to diminish it in the first few press conferences, only for us to learn, yeah, these were Nest cams. Yeah, they are gone. The only thing he won't confirm, there is blood inside the house, according to 2 law enforcement officers I've spoken to. I don't know if you know that. Do you?
No, and I've purposely avoided speaking with the homicide team directly just because I didn't want to risk compromising them or getting them jammed up or myself, frankly.
Did you hear word in the department that the back door was wide open?
I'd heard some of that, but it was not confirmed.
But you'd heard it, not just, you didn't hear it from me, is what I'm saying. You
Correct.
Heard it in your circles, not my circles.
Correct. But again, unknown where they heard that from. They could have heard that from you and repeating that to me. So it's hard to say, you know, how rumor mills go.
Sure. Well, I think, you know, here we are, you know, we passed day 47, which was a big metric for me, right? It was the Rubicon of when Brian Kohberger was caught. Because all the way up until that time, I kept telling my audience, be patient. It took till day 47 to catch Brian Kohberger. And that was, you know, we passed it. And so as I look at this, there's news coming out about a recall effort now. And do you think that's gaining a lot of momentum, or is that just bluster?
It is. I mean, there's a very real desire inside the community to have change leadership. The problem is that, of course, politicians don't make it very easy to recall themselves. So the process to actually get those signatures, it's 122,000. The process is so onerous that it's almost impossible to meet. But there's it's hard to find a defender of the sheriff currently in Pima County.
Well, we'll keep watching it because, like, I've seen it happen in other communities. Certainly, I've covered one in California. I want to ask you about the searching for Nancy Guthrie. On day 2, which was Monday, February 2nd, I recall watching the sheriff saying we are drawing back all our assets. We've been busy overnight. We threw everything at this, but now we're focusing more on a crime scene rather than a missing person. I thought, well, that doesn't mean you draw back the search. Any idea why there wasn't sort of a shoulder to shoulder grid search that was done, say, within a mile radius or a 2-mile radius? I've seen it in so many other missing persons cases.
Real quickly, just missing some of the comments. Yeah, this is a good comment. You're right, 857. The city failed to protect the neighbors, knowing that crime was shifting closer to the area. They should have had cameras, flock. I'm the only person in Tucson right now that's actually calling out where nobody else is calling out. Why aren't they blaming the mayor for all her policies? This is literally caused by this. And lots of other crimes. Like, I advocate for our city right now in a crisis. And then we had the biggest case in the whole world hit Tucson. And now it's a media blackout as far as exposing where this came from, the policies. Imagine you go driving, imagine your house right now, wherever all these people, and we got almost 1,600 in the chat. Imagine somebody tries to drive on your street, they leave your street, and they stole your kid's bike, whatever. Don't you think if we really needed to find that person, there would have been a camera around? And so how is there not one photo other than the one photo that Nancy had at her door so the city definitely failed. They know the criminal gangs that operate here in Tucson. For whatever reason, my camera is not working. I gotta fix this. So I'm gonna let this play. This is a long interview. I didn't know it went on this long, but I do have the other one lined up.
Yeah, I have no explanation. I can tell people that all those decisions, and it's important for them to understand that all those decisions on how the investigation was made, how quickly the house was turned over, the search assets, those were completely command driven. It was the sheriff, one of his chiefs, and a captain that were the shot callers. So when people ask questions, why didn't the investigators do this or take the mat, or why did they give up the scene so quickly? Why wasn't there security posted? I can only point to our command that was their decisions. So,
well, they're schooled officers. It's not like they were born yesterday. These guys have dozens and dozens of years of experience behind them, all three of them. Do you think that they called off the search and returned the scene because they thought real soon after taking a look inside that they had focus and they knew that they thought it was the son-in-law and that's all they needed to do?
No, I don't think so at all. People have to remember that first week, we didn't know what this was. It wasn't until
why
the
would
FBI.
They call everything off if they didn't say, we know where we're going with this and all this other stuff is
Right.
ancillary and unnecessary?
Yeah, it defies any explanation. I think if we could hop in a time machine, we would all wish that we kept that scene locked down for the entire week. And then once the FBI video, or the video that the FBI was able to recover was released, we would be very grateful that we had that scene locked down. I have no explanation.
It just seems odd. I mean, the searching in particular, stopping the search within 30 hours, I am mystified. The only explanation I could come to was that someone with that much experience as the sheriff and his two deputies had, that they had their minds made up. They knew who they were looking for. And at that early stage, inside sources told me it was the son-in-law. Mistaken.
Yeah, possibly.
Okay, wait.
Possibly.
Did you hear what she said again?
This instance is where you desperately need a very senior homicide detective who's been through trial, been raked over the coals. They know what to look for. They're trying to solve the case while simultaneously case prepping, because that's another important aspect as well. And be ashamed to catch this guy and just have him walk based on something improper at the scene. So this is one where you wanted a very seasoned veteran inside the homicide unit to run the scene and have the authority to make those decisions. And I can't explain why not.
I think if you have to rely on evidence from the scene, that's going to be real tricky if and when / let's cross our fingers, this guy is caught. But listen, if he's got Nancy's things or Nancy at all, or knows where Nancy is, alive or dead, that's a different kind of prosecution. And that would be lucky for this department, I would think. I want to ask you about because you know Arizona so much better than I do. I'm Canadian, but I know a desert, and I know how unforgiving a desert is to the search for a body. And in so many of these missing person cases, you have to turn your head towards a search for a body. What are the possibilities if Nancy is out there somewhere in the desert that you can actually find her in any way?
Good, frankly. It's a vast desert. However, bodies, just in my experience, we recover them years later. We had a very famous case where a young girl was taken out of her home, and she was found out west of Tucson a couple years later, just a couple hundred yards away from the road, buried, I believe,
wait.
next to
That's a good point. Did she say mistake? Did she say mistake? I'll go back here in a minute. Let me see the time. Around 28. Around 27 something. Yeah, I'll go back and look, because did she say her inside source made a mistake? Did you guys hear that, or did she not say that? It's a good eye there. Did she say mistake? She said mistakenly. Okay, so thank you, Tracy. So Ashley Banfield said her inside sources mistakenly. Well, I guess we got two people. Go back. Okay, I'll go back, because I did want to stop and rewind that anyway. This is yesterday. This video was made 14 hours ago. Or no, this morning.
And she was found out west of Tucson.
Dead. That's a different kind of prosecution, and that would be lucky for this department, I would think.
This guy and just have him walk.
They're schooled officers. It's not like they were born yesterday. These guys have dozens and dozens of years of experience behind them, all three of them. Do you think that they called off the search and returned the scene because they thought real soon after taking a look inside that they had focus, and they thought it was the son-in-law, and that's all they needed to do?
No, I don't think so at all. People have to remember that first week, we didn't know what this was. It wasn't until
Why
the
would
FBI.
they call everything off if they didn't say, we know where we're going with this, and all this other stuff is
Right.
ancillary and unnecessary?
Yeah, it defies any explanation. I think if we could hop in a time machine, we would all wish that we kept that scene locked down for the entire week. And then once the FBI video, or the video that the FBI was able to recover was released, we would be very grateful that we had that scene locked down. I have no explanation.
It just seems odd. I mean, the searching in particular, stopping the search within 30 hours, I am mystified. The only explanation I could come to was that someone with that much experience as the sheriff and his two deputies had, that they had their minds made up. They knew who they were looking for. And at that early stage, inside sources told me it was the son-in-law.
Wait, possibly.
Mistakenly, she said it right there.
This instance is where you.
Oh, did you see that? Right there. Did you see that? Did you see how that was it was weird, because she didn't say that, and then she added it on at the end. It was like she's almost reluctant at saying that mistakenly, like she's almost being forced mistakenly. What do you guys think about that? I never really analyzed it. What do you? Thank you so much, Jackie. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining the channel. Everybody joining the channel. Okay, I'll rewind it one more time. Watch how she does this. It's kind of interesting how she adds it on at the end. So it's not like she said, I mistakenly said this. It's like she says it and then she goes, mistakenly.
That scene locked down for the entire week, and then once the FBI video, or the video that the FBI was able to recover was released, we would be very grateful that we had that scene locked down. I have no explanation.
it just seems odd. I mean, the searching in particular, stopping the search within 30 hours, I am mystified. The only explanation I could come to was that someone with that much experience as the sheriff and his two deputies had, that they had their minds made up. They knew who they were looking for. And at that early stage, inside sources told me it was the son-in-law. Mistakenly.
Yeah, possibly.
Mistakenly.
This,
see how long she
this
waited?
instance is where you desperately need a very senior.
What do you think about that? Is it because of the law? He's threatening to sue Ashley Banfield? Maybe she's avoiding the lawsuit. She kind of stuck that in, Mister. That's a funny cut. It's hilarious. She kind of snuck that in mistakenly. Yeah, I mean, it's like she almost had to force herself to say that at the end. Yeah, I mean, as far as Tommaso, he's been cleared. Everybody knows he's been cleared. But she mistakenly, keeps bringing it up and then has to say mistakenly. So it's just interesting how she has her sources and then now she's having to backtrack. And so it would be a good time to I don't know, maybe let's see. Should we listen to it one more time or are we good? That's what I was saying. I think she still believes that she can't be sued. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I mean, like I said, there's nothing really to sue. We're just going on what we know and what she heard. Yeah, Melissa, from what I heard is that's really just a politic thing, a media thing. They just saying they're cleared. He can say whatever he wants. He can lie. You've heard it before. The sheriff could literally lie about everything. So, from what I hear, I mean, I'm not any expert on any of this, but I think nobody's cleared until they find a suspect in Nancy. Now, I always said, we can go search, like people are out searching, doing their searches, but there's also lots of people that go out camping. They're riding their horses and their motorcycles so it could be somebody that's just out enjoying the weather and they stumble across Nancy. I mean, that would be a one way that Nancy could be found, right? That's how when I found the victim that I found, we weren't out searching. We were literally just out playing. Meet two little kids. It might be a little kid that they go down into what? Maybe some high school kids that are out drinking one night in the desert, or maybe they're out four-wheeling and all of a sudden they stumble. So every day, even though their searches aren't going on, their searches, because someone's going to see something at some point. We hope, right? We hope. But the other way is if we can find out the suspect, then we can most likely find where Nancy is. Now, here's the one thing I want to bring up. In Pima County, or let me just start over. In Arizona, we do have the death penalty. So most likely in a lot of states, if you get charged with murder, felony murder, that kind of thing, you're going to get the death penalty. In Phoenix, Arizona, it's in Maricopa County. Oh, it's a big 5 million people. And then you have all these other counties. Now in Maricopa County, they have the death penalty just like we do here in southern Arizona. But here's the difference. We have different county attorneys because it's a different county. Now in Pima County, because our county attorney does not believe in the death penalty, even though it's a law in Arizona, our county attorney will never ask for the death penalty in Pima County. So help this make sense. If they actually do catch this suspect, and God forbid Nancy didn't make it, and they have to charge him with homicide, the suspect will not get the death penalty in Pima County. But if it happened in Maricopa County, the suspect would have the death penalty, essentially. Now I'm making assumptions, but that is how political our people are here. It's just like the case of Paul Clifford. If you guys look, he was murdered in Pima County, right out there by Reddington, where Jacob and JLR went, and they saw that lake. Well, that's where, and basically that guy knocked on a stranger's door and said, "We're stranded." This was Christmas Eve. If you look up Paul Clifford case, it's a sad case. Happened in Sheriff Nanos's district. The only reason they caught those suspects is because the owner had a tracker on his truck. So the suspects killed this man, set off back into Tucson, and they found the truck in the apartment complex because there was a tracker. If there wasn't a tracker, who knows? So people want to say, a lot of they solve these cases. A lot of times, with that case, it was handed. But here's the point, is in Pima County, if we do catch this suspect, he's not getting, and I'm not saying this is a death penalty conversation or not. What I'm saying is in Pima County, they make their own rules because it's based on politics. So a lot of this silence, people are asking why this, a lot of it comes down to politics. I'll be honest with you. And it's sad because it's dealing with our safety.
Homicide detective who's been through trial.
All right, we're done with this interview. We're going to move on to the next. Let me know how you guys are thinking. How's everything going? See, looking at the comments, I'm way behind. If you guys can help each other answer some of the comments in there, probably avoiding a lawsuit. So that is kind of what's interesting about Maricopa versus Pima County is we have the same laws in Arizona, but because our county attorney doesn't believe in the death penalty, she'll never ask for it. Yes, Kristen, I agree. I mean, I'm hoping for change. Yeah, I mean, now when that case happened, it was just like, they better find these suspects. And I mean, I hate to say, I'm just gonna take a guess, but I mean, if it wasn't for the tracker, I don't think we would have caught him. It's not like it was some big investigative work. But I'm gonna play this next one, which seems pretty good. Megyn Kelly and Ashley Banfield. Shout out to them. Let me know how the volume is when I start this, if it's too soft or too loud.
In this case that are bothering me and other people, and just get your quick takes. The fact that Sheriff Nanos would not accept the help of any search group. These storied, smart organized, successful search groups that you and I have seen go into many missing person cases and do grid searches and really help, repeatedly said no to those groups and didn't organize his own civilian team to do a grid search, because with the volunteers that you get on a case like this,
Thank you,
you have way more
Jackie.
bodies than you
I
have in a police
appreciate the
department or an
support.
FBI. At every turn, he said no. What do you make of that?
I don't understand it. If I give him the benefit of the doubt, he doesn't want to compromise evidence that's out there. But if the evidence if a tree falls in the forest, and it's frustrating because groups like the Cajun Navy, they're oftentimes made up of a lot of former law enforcement and people who have training like this. And they are savvy enough to know if you see it, photograph it, call it in, don't touch it. And it is stressful because if we are looking for Nancy Guthrie, who may no longer be with us, then someone needs to be looking. The desert is very big. It would be helpful to be able to get closure in this case, maybe even some evidence, because anything that would be with her could provide clues, right? It could provide skin, hair, fibers from someone else's clothes. Lots of cases have been actually solved through someone else's fibers from their shirt, or a piece of tape, because tape is an amazing little grabber of DNA and skin cells and hair. Just ask the Long Island serial killing suspect. That's how he ended up behind bars, because of the tape and all the shit that got stuck to the tape from allegedly his home. So yeah, I feel like if we had people searching the desert, like maybe they could search Gilgo Beach, we might actually be able to find some resolution in this case.
Whether you think this was a thorough investigation of the crime scene in the initial days.
No, I mean, I don't think 24 hours is quite enough. Crime scene was released and the search was called off all on Monday. And this happened on Sunday. So February 1st is Sunday. February 2nd is Nanos's big news conference, his first one, where he says, we're calling off the search and we're going to treat this like a crime scene now, but released it to the family and the pizza delivery guy and the reporters who walked up and saw the evidence of blood on the front doorstep and whoever else showed up. I mean, everybody showed up. And so it's very frustrating to see the subsequent searches by the FBI and other CSI teams long after the fact. I mean, will it give them answers? I don't know. Did somebody step on the footprint that might have been the footprint of this monster? Probably.
Right.
Did
Thank
anybody
you.
decide to take the front mat? Did anybody decide to take the actual bracket that the Nest Cam was on? No, not for a couple.
Well, what was crazy is I was there on day 2 and they didn't even have yellow tape up. I've never seen a crime scene where it turns into being, I mean, we knew this was going to be big. The first day I was there on day 2. I'll never forget. I pull up, there's no crime tape. So I'm just like, it was eerie. There was no crime tape. There was no sheriff. Day 2 in front of Nancy's house. It was only reporters. And then they brought the sheriff in to sit there. But on day 2, that they left out of there. They were done. They done. And there's no tape. And then somebody left 2 Starbucks cups. I can picture them out. They were right on the edge of in Nancy's driveway. There was 2 Starbucks cups. They were sitting right there. And I go, why would somebody leave? I mean, if they're investigating a property, right? Maybe the officers left the 2 Starbucks. They were clear, the clear plastic ones, right on the end of the driveway. And maybe the officers left them there. They weren't there the next day, but like I said, to not have yellow tape, that house should still have yellow tape around it. At least around the front door. So nobody can walk in that area where the blood is. It's still a crime scene. Well, just because they want the house back to normal, she's still missing. To me, that's when everything was like, how how are you not putting up the crime tape? And then what happened is that the sheriff started getting some quick back, and they put a sheriff there for 24 hours a day for 30 days. So
Weeks. And P.S., when you take something out of your mouth, like, I don't know, a bite light, your saliva is all over your little gloves that you thought you were protecting your fingers from so perfectly. And then you mess with that actual nest cam and your DNA gets all over the bracket. Well, the bracket was up for 2 weeks until finally the white tented day revealed that it had finally been gone. So no, I don't think it was processed appropriately. And what frustrates me about that, again, benefit of the doubt and grace here, when you don't know that you're dealing with a crime like this and you think it's just a missing person, like General McCasland, in New Mexico, you think maybe he's wandered off, or I know they don't think he has, but you don't treat it like a crime scene right away. But they had blood. And so it
Yeah.
was. And it should
He
have been
called in
locked down
homicide
right
detectives.
away. Yes. In the first hour. Well, listen, not even in the first hours. My source said that those droplets that you're showing right now are mimicked inside. The same pattern that you're seeing there, straight up and down, except for that sort of aspiration looking one. Those same patterns are mimicked inside the house. And that when the patrolman arrived for the phone call from the family saying, we think our mom is missing and we need help, the patrolmen were told by some other officers who arrived, get out. We have something much different on our hands than a missing elderly woman. They saw, according to my sources, the back door wide open. They saw the blood in the house. Unfortunately, I can't tell you where. I wish I knew, but my source didn't have the knowledge of where exactly those blood drops inside the house were. But if I were a guessing man, it's likely in that front entrance area because they were aware right away, according to my source, that back door's wide open, blood drops are here, blood drops go out the front. Get out, don't compromise the scene anymore. We need to bring homicide in. And that all happened within minutes, as my source told me.
I mean, walk us through what you think that means, because it seems pretty clear that this guy did not get in through the front door. It had that gate on it that made it virtually impenetrable, according to virtually everybody. There was actually a soundbite from the neighbor, that same woman, Laura, with Brian Enton. And here's what she had to say about that gate. We've had law enforcement experts on here talking about that gate. I want to get one of those gates, but they're saying you basically, if you have that on your front door, no one's getting through. Here it is in SOT 12.
And I don't like to speculate. And I always also assumed it was two people because of the person who was at the front door.
now I actually met this woman. I'll never forget. This woman lives right behind Nancy. And she, or right around there. I don't know exactly the house or anything. But she came to Nancy's house. And she was walking up. I remember this was when the whole media was there. She real nice lady. Not one of these, really nice lady. And she came up and she said, I have a tip. I have a tip. I have a tip. And I said, tell the officer, and I said, why don't you call the FBI or call the sheriff? She goes, no, I want to tell this sheriff. She made the sheriff come out of his truck, and then she told the tip. Now, I think the tip is that Nancy had recently installed some outdoor cameras in the back this is what I heard her say, that to watch wildlife, like maybe in her backyard, or I don't know how the backyard, where they were, but she was the closest neighbor to Nancy's, along with the others. So she does have, so we're gonna finish seeing what she says. But nice lady, and she might, we'll see what she said. I know I watched this the other day.
And he was standing there, and I don't think he was the main person. I think he was the guy outside who was waiting for them to come out. Because if you have a gate like that, a security gate on the front door, you're not getting into that. You're never going to break into that security gate. I mean, I actually talked to a security guy about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he confirmed you're not breaking into those gates. So I think, and you know, she has glass on both sides of the door, and I think he was trying to see in. So when he was standing there, he wasn't trying to figure out what to do. He was trying to look in to see what was going on. And also, because you have a security gate, the door, the wooden door, if that's open, it's hard to see inside if it's dark, because I have one of those. You can't really see if the door is open or not. So I think he was standing there waiting for someone to come out.
Very interesting theory. Would dovetail as well with the speculation that possibly that item we see in the perpetrator's pocket is a walkie-talkie.
Twerps, what's wrong with my phone? Is there something up with the phone? Twerps.
We don't know. Could be a police scanner, could be something else entirely. But if there was a second person, would work. And with your theory would work, because it does seem clear that the perpetrator actually gained access to the house through the back door. At least that seems clear to me, because clearly they had Nancy. We know that's her blood on the front porch when they went out the front door. So when they had Nancy, she exited through that front door. And I accept that he was not able to get into that front door on his own. So is that what we think, Ashley? He came in through the back door? You said you saw signs of forced, not you, but your source said there were signs of forced entry. So that's how they got in. And then they brought Nancy out the front and presumably into a car.
Correct. I mean, that's what the source said. In my opinion, based on the knowledge of this back door being wide open, blood being inside, blood being outside in the same pattern, it kind of looks as though they were in the house and came out through that front area, that front door. And yeah, you're not getting in through one of those, security doors. But I don't see why it's like so tricky here. Like if you see other crimes where people have been taken, it isn't difficult to see how blood can be dripped, right? I think about the Nancy Woodrum case. I did a podcast episode on Nancy Woodrum's case in Paso Robles, California. And the perpetrator in that case was a rapist. And people got really angry when I said elderly, but she was, I think, 62 or 64, I can't remember. But on the older side and vulnerable, living alone. And he broke in and took her out the door, up over his shoulder. And there was blood in that case as well. And I disagree with Laura in the fact that I do believe this person worked alone, especially with that particular theory. People don't typically work with partners when they do that. But I asked the sheriff who ran, or the lead investigator who ran the Nancy Woodrum case, well, how hard is it if, God forbid, Nancy Guthrie were dead, to take her out over your shoulder, one person, 150 pounds of dead weight is extraordinarily difficult. And he said, oh, no, it's not. Absolutely not. Not only did that perpetrator take her out of her home, he also took her 100 yards off of the road, 50 yards of which was over his shoulder, and the last 50 yards of which he dragged her. So it's entirely possible for one. And that guy was only, I think, 5'8", he said. He was a smaller guy. So it's not difficult to do that. And it's, I mean, the case, the most bizarre case, look it up. It mirrors Nancy Guthrie's case so frighteningly, like to a T, even to the detail of who
Did they
found.
they caught the perpetrator in that case?
Yes, they did. And in Nancy Guthrie case, I wish, well, listen, I don't know what they're doing specifically, what the FBI is doing specifically to run down leads. But in the case of Nancy Woodrum, it took them 7 months. I mean, listen, we're at what, 2.5 or 1.5,
6 weeks.
Yeah. And it took them 7 months, but they ran down every single person. There were a lot of people on the property that night. She had rented out her main house to a wedding. So they had to go through all the wedding guests, and they did that. And everybody seemed a little suspicious.
That's a good question. Do they have the video of Nancy's son-in-law bringing her home? I mean, usually they update, like if it was any other family, they would say, yeah, we have confirmed that he did drive her home. Here's the video. He drove by the Pizza Hut, and here's the video. There's Tommaso, and there's Annie in the car. They always do that. And if it was any other case, they go back and they say, look, we cleared this, and here's how we cleared it, because we got the black box in the car and it said that they drove this amount of miles. Like, is there any footage? I mean, I'm not saying, like I said, they cleared the family, but that's why people are speculating, because that's the stuff that normally gets released. What was Nancy wearing? Okay, maybe we don't have the exact outfit. Was it a dress? Was it a t-shirt? What are we looking for? Did Nancy have jewelry that's what people ask. Hey, they need to know, did she have a necklace that she always wore that anyone could be seeing out there, that, hey, Nancy, if you see her, she's going to have this necklace. Did she wear rings? What's the most recent photo of Nancy? Where is it? I mean, I know we have all these photos from Nancy 20, 30 years ago. We have the video from when Nancy was at the restaurant. Did they take a photo that night or the night before for Nancy's birthday? Nancy's birthday, I think, was January 27th. Do they have a photo, the most recent photo? So what are the public looking for? What kind of shirt? Maybe somebody's got some jewelry laying around in their kid's bedroom. They find it. They don't know what it's from. It's a beautiful, whatever it is. It's a ring or it's a bracelet. Did Nancy have any jewelry that the public can be aware of? But the main thing is what was she wearing when she goes to bed? And I brought this up a while back. Everybody's grandma wears that outfit. Everybody knows that grandma's in her PJs. My grandma used to wear these long, whatever they call them. I don't even know what they call them, but very pretty, long, like dress thingies. What was Nancy, what did she wear if she would have been leaving the house? What most likely would she have been wearing? Is that something important to release? She was wearing, and I mean, I'm sure the family knows, because grandmas keep these pajamas for decades. They wear the same one they wore 20 years ago. These are the key pieces why people are speculating. Not that nobody's blaming, but they're speculating, because it's like, typically these things are released. We did the black box. They are completely cleared. They're going to put some family, just because they're not famous, through the ringer. But because this family is connected to a celebrity, they're not going to hold them to the same standards. Just show me the video. And I know that they're cleared, they're innocent, but just show the video. Give us the reason why you thought it was Luke. Why is that what would be so bad if he's cleared too? that you guys thought it was Luke. Poor Luke, he's getting his whole life invaded in. Why is it so hard to just be honest with the transparent with the public? These things, I mean, he's cleared. So tell us, why did you choose this guy? Why did you, what is it? It's just, it's confusing the public. And then you got people from other states and they're just thinking, what the heck is going on here in Pima County? Because they're used to professionalism. They're used to transparency. Just think about the Brown shooting, the Brown University shooting. The mayor's up there, the county attorney, the police chief, another police chief, I think the FBI. It was like this whole, and then every about 6 hours they had another press conference. You remember they were looking for the guy with, you know, then they connected the two. Where they had surveillance footage from the city. Where's our survey? It's a complete debacle here. And then the media wants to get on us because we're just bringing up just straight facts. This is not how normal states handle cases. This is not how normal cities. This is something's going on to hide whatever. I mean, I get they want to, oh, this is an investigation. We have to keep. What is keeping what Nancy wore to bed and what she possibly might be wearing? Why is that bad to keep from the public? Is that going to blow the case open? I mean, it's almost like they're playing on us to be naive.
Suspicious, like there were all sorts of hinky things that went on, but and her own son was a suspect as well and behaved bizarrely, refused to give his DNA, refused to help them find his missing mother. So yeah, suspect. But then they had male DNA inside Nancy Woodrum's bedroom, and everybody that they had looked at, you know, ended up being X'd out because of that. But ultimately, Megan, what they did was they went through every single contractor who'd ever been there. They also geofenced and found his phone. I think since then, criminals are a little bit more savvy about not having their phones with them, not just turned off,
Yeah.
but not having them with them.
Unfortunately.
And yeah, sadly, well, we'll find another tool. But they got this guy and he was clean as a whistle, right? That's why nothing happened in CODIS. He didn't have any criminal background that he'd been caught for. And he was married with a kid and he was in his 40s. And Nancy Woodrum had been nice to him. He was a painter and she'd been nice to him. She gave him tamales. Like she'd made some tamales and gave them to him and said, oh, these are mine. I'm sure they're not as good as your mother's. And he, for some reason, took that as flirting. So he came back, you know, the next night after the tamales and left his wife. Apparently he stepped out on her a lot, left his wife and child at home, did this horrifying thing. But Megan, he stopped at a church on the way. He stopped at a fucking church and prayed, I guess, for 20 minutes or so, and then continued on his murderous, horrifying, rapey rampage.
Dropped the
And that was
F-bomb.
his mission. He went in to rape Nancy Woodrum and he killed her. And then he took
Dropped
her
the
out
F-bomb.
over his shoulder, out through the door, into the vehicle, drove 60 miles. That's another weird one. Drove 60 miles to a place where he dragged her, like I said, off the road 100 yards into the desert. But when they caught him, Megan, this is the weird part. You don't usually get this in our business. He sung like a canary. He told them everything. Like it was the most bizarre thing. Yeah. They got him in an interrogation room and they said, we've got your phone in Nancy's room. And he tried to give them some crap story about, well, I went to get a ladder and I accidentally hit her with my car. And they're like, try again. And then he just opened the floodgates and he took them to the body. And the investigator told me, had he not taken the police to the body, they never would have found her. And when they did find her, they barely could find her. The activity in the desert, the animal activity, had done its work in 7 months, and it would have been next to impossible to find her.
Wow, that's dark, but you're right. It's absolutely possible. Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at spot.
All right, guys, let me see what you guys are saying. If there's any other videos, see if I can find anything else quick, seeing if there's anything that's came out recently within the last hour or two.
Hey guys, so Nancy Guthrie's family low-key makes me want to get on TRT. Hell yeah, it's been 10 days since I quit
What the
drinking.
heck?
Hey guys, so Nancy Guthrie's family released a new statement to KVOA, which is the local TV station in Tucson, where Savannah used to work. It says, "We are deeply grateful for the outpouring from neighbors, friends, and the people of Tucson. We are all family now. We continue to believe it is Tucsonans and the greater Southern Arizona community that hold the key to finding resolution in this case. Someone knows something. It's possible."
All right, so see, this is Sunday, marks 50 days. 50 days. We're gonna watch this last one here and then have a little wrap-up
Tomorrow
talk.
marks 50 days since Nancy Guthrie's abduction. The
And
84-year-old
then we'll
mother
have
of
a
Today Show
wrap-up
host
talk,
Savannah
see
Guthrie
what
taken from her
you guys
Tucson
are
home
thinking
on
after
February 1st
everything
with
and
no
kind of
sign since. While from
get
the
off the
outside, the
videos for a little
investigation
bit.
appears to be at a standstill. There is still activity behind the scenes, with the FBI reportedly acquiring what could be the last known video of Nancy, captured from inside an Uber she took to her daughter's home
Thank you,
just
Melly.
hours before she vanished. The surveillance footage from Nancy's doorbell camera remains key evidence in the case, but investigators are hoping for more video, not just from the night of the disappearance. News Nation's Brian Enton confirming that the FBI is focused on 2 dates in particular, January 11th and the 24th. They're asking neighbors for any video evidence from then, several days before Nancy was taken. For more, we are joined by renowned criminal defense attorney Mark Garagos. And of course, you'll remember he has represented some major figures in court, including Sean Diddy Combs, the Menendez brothers, Michael Jackson, Hunter Biden, Mike
Granny
Tyson,
Jammies.
Colin Kaepernick, the list goes on.
You know,
Mark, always
Granny
good to have you
Jammies.
on. Appreciate you being here. And let's start with this new footage from the
What was
Uber. This
Nancy
was
wearing?
hours before Nancy was taken. Do you believe investigators are looking, what do you think they're looking for in this video that could help them find Nancy? Or is this just exhausting every single lead at this point, nearly 50 days in?
It's always hard to speculate when it's this far out. When you get 50 days out on any kind of an investigation, you're probably at best 45 days from anything that is substantial. So what they're doing now is trying to exhaust every potential lead that they can find. I'm not sure that I agree with the setup here when we say this may be the last video of her. I suspect that there is, or they have, some kind of geofencing or video at some point, either before she entered the house or as she's entering the house or as she's exiting that evening. I think what they've done here, if I had to guess, is they have located some geo tracking type evidence that suggests that somebody who was in the area weeks before and then 8 days before also corresponds to the night before. They have the ability to get the cell phone data and some other tracking kinds of data from phones, and they may be zeroing in on that. It would be very interesting if that's where they are, because then they could kind of reverse engineer from there who it is, why they were there, and see if they couldn't sweat somebody.
The man at the center of the investigation in this disappearance, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, of course, he's now facing a recall brought forward by an Arizona Republican congressional candidate. What do you make of this move? Is this all politics, or in your opinion, are there some real issues with his leadership?
I think it's both, actually. I think it is politics. At the same time, I've been critical, and I think others, including very people who tilt pro law enforcement, have been enormously critical of the job that's been done here.
What is the largest piece of criticism that you actually think holds water?
I think that initially the failure to really kind of keep the crime scene in such a way pristine, if you will, as pristine as you could, is one of the great kind of bonehead moves, if you will, in this whole case, because that is where you had the greatest ability to gather and collect evidence that could eventually be used. And once you trample over that, and once you don't preserve that in some kind of a pristine condition, using the word twice, but it's hard to undo, and it just provides all kinds of mischief, if you will, later on.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone.
All right, everybody, we are going to do a little decompression here after a lot. I mean, all day we were waiting for that video from KVOA. I haven't even checked the comments, but I'm going to check those after. I guess people have been supporting what we're doing. But these are questions that I mean, I'm just a common sense, just someone out. I'm just some dude. We got 350 million people in America. We just have some questions. Okay, so you handle the case in this state this way. So everybody sees, oh, look how they're handling it. So, you know, they got the FBI. They're doing press conferences every day. Maybe not every day. Maybe every 2 days, right? Maybe they skip a day. And then you get to Pima County, Tucson. And there's a press conference. I think what now? The first week there was, you know, maybe 2 press conferences, and then, oh, we're not doing those anymore. We're just going to do 10-minute interviews for a week. And then that stopped. And then they would only email you. You could email them and they would respond to your email. And now we're just not doing a press conference till some media goes away. If you go back to the statements, Savannah released renewed is the word. So is this a sign that the media is going to come back on the case, or is it going to fall further away? Like someone was saying, NBC is not even doing any more reports on it. NBC is not even covering the case anymore on their news reports. I'm going to check. I've been missing the comments. I'm going to give these a look here. See what we got. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Kristen. Thank you. Yeah, this was definitely a first time I've done an in-studio show. And I really appreciate the people in the chat. Looks like we've had a lot of people just hanging out, listening, and lots of comments. Everybody in the chat helps each other out, you know, not being mean, not trying to put anybody down. Just saying, hey, this is my opinion, that's your opinion, and just a normal conversation is healthy. So thank you all. Megan, thank you. Let me know what you guys think. We're going to be ending here soon, but if you want to get in some last comments, we can discuss Pima County. Yep. And that's why I'm hoping change in the future. I have hope. That's where I live in hope, but also setting the intentions of what we expect I've lived in lots of different cities. I've been in lots of different states, just like all of you. We've traveled the country, the world. We see how they do it. We don't see this stuff happening. I don't see, I don't know how many shootings there were in Tucson, and I know they happen, but we're at a peak. And then now somebody gets targeted in their upscale home, and we're supposed to be quiet about it now. We're not supposed to be honest that there's, organized criminal groups operating right now as we speak in Tucson, and they're winning. They're winning. Trust me, you listen to the scanner, those officers, and you please give them a lot more respect. These officers are out here understaffed. They're dealing with people that know that the city is unprotected the way it needs to be. But Nancy's neighborhood obviously is unprotected. If I was Nancy's neighborhood, I would be pissed. Not only did their friend get kidnapped, their neighbor get kidnapped, but the city has nothing to show for who the suspects would have. There's no footage. All law enforcement should be trained exactly the same way. They all should go through the FLETC, no questions. Exactly. Do you think it's because the neighbors have more money is the reason they seem cold in the area? I don't know if it's money or if it's it could have to do with money. It could, that's a good question. I think a lot of the people that live there, I'll be honest with you. Here's my honest opinion. A lot of the people live up there live with their husband. Nancy didn't live with her husband. If you live in that neighborhood, you're not living by yourself. You're living with your husband. You retire. That's your retirement home. Nancy didn't live there with her husband. Somebody knew Nancy was living alone. A lot of these robbers, they know that could be something to think about. Thank you so much, Christine. Thank you again. Appreciate the support. Let me know what you think about that, though. A lot of these mothers or families, they'll live in there with the husband, and I admit, I've heard, people, women in general, probably feel more comfortable if they're living in a big old house with a man. Even if it's a woman, maybe it's their wife, but at least there's someone in there. Doesn't have to be a man. But if they're living alone, it's a whole different ballgame. So maybe these people have a little bit more better security, right? A lot of these had professional security systems because they moved in recently. But Nancy's lived there for 40, 50 years. So, she could have, taken things for granted. But that's something to think about is thank you, Maria. Oh, Sally, that is nice. I don't know how this is going over on the crowd, but I appreciate the comments, the positive comments, the discussion. A couple, yeah, see, a lot of them aren't even covering it today. I think that was KVOA's way of oh, we're still covering it, but we're just gonna do a special, and we're gonna not cover it every day anymore. We're just gonna do this special. But who knows? Thank you, Fergie and Kate. Wow, thank you guys. I am gonna wrap it up though. Jill, thank you so much. You guys are so sweet. I really appreciate the support. I did not expect this. I thought I was gonna get a lot of I'm just shooting from the hip here, guys. I don't have a whole bunch of notebooks, and I don't have, websites booked and emails to read. I'm just literally, what I see is what you guys are hearing, what I feel. So I appreciate it. Thank you again, everybody who has sent super stickers and chats and joining the membership. I'm looking at, just taking one day at a time, but your support really gives me the energy to share. Sally, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad. I've been wanting to speak up, and here we are, the first in studio live stream. You guys were here to witness it. The lack of information while also asking the public help is just so confusing. The whole thing, everything's really confusing. That's what's so frustrating. And then they get mad at us because we're like literally sitting, waiting on the edge of our chair for just something. And then they're mad, and then they want to do hit pieces on the public. We're just the public. It's something's up. This is not how you handle cases in any state. Have I ever seen this? The neighbors need to do a little bit more like the neighborhood watch thing. I think that they should do regular meetings, like weekly meetings right now. Maybe they are, maybe they're not, but I mean, I know if that happened in my neighborhood, I'd be organizing a neighborhood meeting, not some HOA thing where we're going to sit on Zoom. No, we're meeting, we're strategizing how to avoid this from happening again. Yeah, I know the two teens in Scottsdale. I heard about that case, but you would think the FBI would have connected that already. So I was waiting and waiting to see, but it doesn't seem like the Scottsdale kids are connected to the Nancy Guthrie. Thank you, Odessa. I can shoot better than most men, and cams and dogs are first warning system. Exactly. Thank you. Blessed be the fight. Thank you. Great name too. Thank you. I appreciate the support. I literally thought I was going to get a lot of haters because I was speaking my mind a little bit, and sometimes I can go way south. Thank you, Reno. Thank you. Good night, Froggy. Patty, thank you. Yeah, I try to keep it real. I'm not here to I like to just use common sense. So thank you, Shelly. And yeah, it's late. I know it's already probably like 1 a.m. in the East Coast, so I'm gonna sign off too, because I want to be ready to go tomorrow. Now all alarms are set. Why too late? Why not the medic? Yeah, the whole, I've fallen and I can't get up. To me, if you have a camera in the house and the 84-year-old mom, Annie should have had the footage so she could see, okay, Tommaso just dropped her off, and then maybe, they can even talk through the cameras. She would have got the alert. Annie and Tommaso should have gotten the alert that somebody's in Nancy's house, and all of a sudden, you know how the Ring cameras, if somebody walks, you get that alert. Everybody in the family should have had that alert. Now, maybe it was just an oversight, but it kind of goes to show you that it wasn't a big concern. They weren't really worried about Nancy. Not that they didn't care, but they didn't think so clearly. Maybe because they were busy with their life, and Nancy was so she lived by herself for 30 years. Self-sufficient. So they never had to worry about mom, because mom's the matriarch of the family. She's awesome. They're worried about themselves, you know. But that would have been a simple thing. Is like, hey, I want your password, so when mom is home alone, if anyone comes to her house, we'll be there. We'll actually get the alert too. That seems like something pretty. It's kind of Monday morning quarterback, and I'm not being harsh. I'm just saying that it's sad. Number one is we all want to find a resolution, because if this suspects are still operating in the city of Tucson, and then we have no statements from anybody who's a freaking in charge. Everybody's like pointing at everybody else, but we still they're not even mentioning who they think it could be. Do they think the guy's in Tucson? Can you please, what are your top two? Is that going to kill the case if they tell us? Would it help the case? What if they came out and said, we believe this guy is in Pima County? Maybe they don't know. I don't know. I'm getting tired. I appreciate 860. Thank you. The news slam the YouTubers. Yeah, that's been happening for a couple weeks. Lots of comments I missed, but I appreciate you guys spending the time with me today. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Sleep good. Thank you, Rebecca. Now you have found your calling. Thank you so much, Shelly. You guys are, this is amazing. These sweet comments. It's really heart. I'm just speaking for my heart. Sounds like you guys are as well, and I appreciate it. Communication goes a long ways. Randy, and that goes for government officials. Just be real with us. We got common sense. We can see through. No hate here. Thank you for all the mods. Good night. Good night. I will check you guys tomorrow. See you in the scanner. I don't know, but the scanner is going right now still. Try to keep that going all night. So I can't even, you guys are amazing. These comments are just, they're nonstop. Thank you. Thank you, Kristen, for all your support today. Everybody who super chatted. If you guys have any videos tomorrow that you want me to review on in the studio tomorrow, maybe we can bring in some people who want to talk in the studio. But one step at a time. We got through the first in studio show. So thank you. I'm gonna head out here, get some sleep. Thank you, Randy. Good night. Thank you, Bless, for the super chat. I'm going to go through everybody real quick. Kristen, again, thank you for the support. Diane, Princeton, 33. Thank you. We got a couple new members that joined. Dawn, thank you. Terry. JLC. Everyone's auntie. My prayers are with you. Everyone's auntie. Healing as well. I know you were talking about your case, and please send me that. I'd like to advocate for that. C-Bond, thank you. Amanda, Jacqueline, Anna, Stacy, Susie Q. Thank you, Sharon. Everybody, Cajun, Florida. All this, all that. I'm missing Marine Girl, Patricia, Christine. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Sleep good. And like I said, send me any of the videos that you guys want to play. We can review them. Thanks, Pamela. All right, guys, we will call it a night. Catch you guys tomorrow. Sleep good. Peace and love.